Ready for some Wayne damage?
Well, hello, boys and girls.
Hi.
What a wonderful day it is today in our money-based economy. Well, sit back and relax and get ready for the guy who's about to ruin everything.
I'm puzzled. Are you really seriously suggesting that Jesus Christ was a mushroom?
Wait, Jesus was a mushroom, Roberts.
Yes. You are dealing with a secret cult, a secret society.
Welcome to Waning Interest.
Welcome to the Waning Interest Podcast. Number 87, April 8th, 2022. The babbling dabbler, the smallest click on the internet, the pinball brain in your favorite machine. T2. It's like a diary or a book. But not as stale or coherent. From a more mentally challenged Forrest Gump. Speaking of wooden personalities, as you know, I'm a, what is it? I'm one of the Paul Bearers, Paulcast, MSDP, Manson Saga discussion panel. And I'm usually in the chat. I've always wanted to talk to this guy, and then I realized, oh my gosh, that's right. To know that this stick can actually leave funny comments in the chat and take ideas that people give him to do Photoshop stuff. And you would think that all he can do is just talk and be a wise ass, right? Right?
Right.
Right.
How you doing, Wayne?
So he's really tricky. He's got the brain. See,
Yeah.
he's wooden, and his real name is Herbie, but he goes by Mr. Jinx, as you see on the screen. But he has a partner. Don't you have a partner? Why don't you tell me about your partner, Herbie, Mr. Jinx?
You mean the man behind the scenes?
Yeah, like in The Wizard of Oz.
He's the one that does my bidding. I'm the brains of this. Not him. He gets all the credit and I stay in the basement. But it's good to see you, though.
Yes, Herbie, we met, Mr. Jinx, we met for the first time on the Paulcast roast. And,
That's right.
Right. And I remember when you came on, because I was already part of the stream, and you came on and scared the living shit out of me.
I noticed your speech therapy has come a long way since then. You don't stutter anymore. I'm proud of you. Good for you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I had a little problem with my mic, so I was sounding like Max Headroom.
We dummies gotta stick together.
That's exactly why I'm having you on the podcast. The synchronicities is one of the things that this podcast is about, besides wooden figures, is synchronicities. And yeah, it was funny that you're on the screen, and apparently I'm the one sounding like Max Headroom, so there was like a double effect for the people who were watching the roast.
It was awesome. Made me think I was on mushrooms again.
Oh, fuck. Whew. Ooh, the edible is kicking in. Oh, perfect timing. It's always perfect timing. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're having a good time.
Oh, I just realized this is going to be a great clip. Oh, man. I'm so glad I can't fake laughing. Oh, that was great. Nice
I
open.
can. That's a good one.
Oh, fucking A, right, Lisa? Right. Why didn't that work? God damn it. Oh, I know what it was. I took it off the screen and didn't get it started over again. You dumb wooden son of a bitch. No offense.
Hey!
All right, let's get back to the man behind the curtain. No, actually, we can keep talking, Herbie, if you want.
Sure, it's your fucking show. I'm just the first guest. What the hell? Bring back the other guy tomorrow night. Sorry, we ran out of time. Hell of it. My time to shine. Has anyone ever told you you're cute? Ooh la la.
Wait a minute, Herbie. Are you that persuasion? Well, you are wood.
I have no genitals, so it don't matter.
Oh, you're like Varys on Game of Thrones. You're a eunuch.
I'm like a eunuch, or as we like to say, married. He's going to get in trouble for that one.
Oh man, I feel like I'm ripping off Jimmy Dore right now with Mike McRae. Oh wow, this is fucking great. Whew. Oh my God, we're not even 10 minutes in, Holmes. Oh, holy shit, I don't know if I can keep doing this. Whew.
10 minutes in, that's the longest week I ever fucking spent.
I don't have any more questions for you, Jinx. Herb E.
Okay.
Not that I can think of, unless you got. No, that's right. You said it's my fucking show.
Yep.
Back to the Mac. It's already gone so well, and now, and for the bonus, here's a bonus, man. Speaking of wood, Cowboy fans will be very happy to know that Waning Interest Podcast is about to have on Super Bowl MVP, Hall of Fame defensive lineman, number 54. Ladies and gentlemen, he's shrunk a little. You might not recognize him. This is Randy White.
Hey, Wayne, what's happening?
That was so fucking funny. That was a great fucking open. I didn't realize. Oh, not man. Jinx is wearing a Manson shirt. Is that Manson and Die?
This
Holy
is
fuck.
my favorite painting shirt. Charles and Princess Diana, the royal family. So Mr. Jinx stole that out of my laundry, I think, and put it on. He does that down here, so
That is fucking great. Dude,
he put it on just for tonight.
So yeah, to go back over it, Randy is he's a pallbearer, and you'll see it in a bit. I'll pull him up. We met. We're pallbearers, which are fans. We're like the Whips, Waning Interest Podcast Pack. The podcast has. We'll talk to you in a bit, Herb.
Yeah, I'll put him in the green room.
Randy and I, we dubbed podcast fans Paul Bearers, and then I told him, because I don't have Photoshop, I said, dude, in the messages, I'm like, dude, you got to make a thing for that, and I described it, and you'll see the result in a bit when we go through those. But as I said, we also we were both on with the not to make it all about the podcast, but first time a few months ago on the roast. Sorry, I had chili cheese fries earlier with jalapenos on it.
I'm glad it's not smell-o-vision.
No shit.
Yeah. No.
One of those jalapenos just paid a little return visit. Luckily, they just knocked on the door and didn't come all the way in without asking.
Turtling.
Whew, man. My gopher's peeking. But yeah, so then I'm saying that because that's one of the reasons why Herbie has the Manson Die T-shirt, because it's a Manson connection back to the synchronicities.
Plus the LA connection. I also have my Topanga
Oh my
hockey
God,
jersey
dude!
on. Yeah,
That's right. You told me in a message that you played hockey.
I lived
there for
out
a
in
bit.
LA for a year and played a lot of hockey out there, and I did play in Topanga Canyon.
Did you
So-
say? Did you say there was? Did you drop some name that you played with, or did you mention something?
well-
Or mention something about your brother?
Yeah, my brother played on the celebrity hockey team, but he also, before he did that, he coached hockey and he taught some famous movie stars how to play hockey for certain roles. So
Oh,
I
that's
happened-
right. The Mighty Ducks. Right?
yeah, Mighty Ducks. Paul Michael Glazer, Starsky from Starsky and Hutch. He had to learn how to skate for a movie he was going to shoot in Toronto. That was like 1980. I was out there, 79, 80. So,
like 20 years before me.
and also Youngblood. He was involved with Youngblood,
Oh,
another
Patrick
hockey
Swayze.
movie. Yep.
And who else
Keanu
is-
Reeves is in that too.
Right.
Yep. So
Jesus Christ. Haven't seen
he ended
that.
up doing very well with hockey. Was always a passion with the family, and being able to be an animator, and he ended up in LA, and his love of hockey ended up teaching it, and that led him to all these Hollywood connections, and that got him on the celebrity team. So, and then through that, we got to meet a lot of famous former NHL players and celebrities, right, that love hockey. So there's a lot of Canadians that live down in LA.
Oh yeah.
So
And so wait, so you said 79, 80. So that was just before the LA got the Kings. How many?
Oh no,
Was that
we
the
went
mid-
to Kings games. That was
When
when
would the Kings
Marcel
start?
Dion played down there with the Triple Crown line. It was a big line.
When did the Kings start?
Oh geez,
I thought they
It's,
started. I thought they started in the late
early
70s.
'70s.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was the
early
early
70s.
Oh, I thought
Oh,
it was
yeah.
the late. I thought it was the late 70s, right before.
I play hockey right now with the son of Tommy Williams, who is a former NHL hockey player and played for the Kings, who's from Windsor. So there you go, synchronicity.
So that's
And
where
went to, yeah, that's where I am right now. And Tommy Williams went to my high school with another NHL pro, Rick Kehoe, back. These guys were like 70s guys.
Mm.
So I have a lot of hockey connections. That's another thing. If you're involved in hockey, you make so many connections. And like you say, all these connections connect to other interests. I mean, the interest, like you were mentioning, the podcast, and now we're talking to each other. You know what I mean? It's like all
mycelium.
all these different things. I find it's a very good community, especially the ones that are very intelligent like us, that can actually have a conversation. And, you know, the sense of humor that goes with the dark side of the things that we're exploring. You have to have a sense of humor in the right place just for that stress release, because it is a very dark subject, right?
Yes.
That black humor runs very well with our family. That's just the way we express ourselves. So, and I think, you know, I like to joke around, and so hence the Photoshop. Some of that was inspired by some of that stuff. Just, it's a release and put it out there. And if someone gets it, it's great. You know, I do it for myself, and if somebody likes it, that's a bonus, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like same kind of thing. I don't have photos, you know, just you know, I've made memes here and there where I made my own things here, and just not doing anything, and just all of a sudden inspired by something, you know, just and but I don't do it very often. And some of them, some people don't really get, and some of them will. I don't know, but one of my favorite things to do is like, because I have producer genes in me from radio. So when I'm listening to a podcast or watching it, the thing that sucks is because, like I said, this computer is, it's not, it's not a newer computer. So for some reason, when I do screen grabs of video, the audio is really tinny. And I don't know how I don't know why I can't fix that, so it sucks. But anyway, sometimes I still do it anyway, just for little moments of like Rogan the other day, or yesterday, the thing with him and Mark Normand and Shane Gillis and Ari Shaffir that they do once a month. Did you notice the tinny sound? The video was fine, but it had like a tinny, and I don't know why. That's why when I make clips of my stuff, I have to pull it into iMovie and make the, you know, do that kind of do different things. But anyway, because I don't have the big stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, but it falls into line with
just those moments of inspiration when I'm not doing anything, and that made me laugh out loud so much. I paused it on Spotify on the TV, went to the laptop, opened up Spotify to that spot, got it all ready just so I could put it up just for that laugh and that little moment. There was like a donut, and just, oh my God, it's so fucking funny. And how it ends with Mark Normand, my dad.
Yeah.
It's just so great. And it's all those little, it's just so funny. Those are the podcasts, that's the kind of shit that I love, and that, you know, the kind of stuff that I hope my stuff, you know, it seems like that's what you want. That's what I strive for, talking to people. That kind of comfort, where that kind of shit is just bam, bam. Like the open of this fucking thing. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting. I'm just sitting there going, what am I going to do? I'm going to talk to a puppet. And then I'm just, man, all right, that's right. I'll just let him go, and I'll just do all the laughing.
He has his own his own page on my Facebook page. And same with the band I used to play in. It has its own page. So if anybody is friends with me on Facebook, they can do deep dives into all my pictures of all kinds of crazy stuff on there. Herbie has his own page. He's been around 50 years.
Dude, pulled out, I think he pulled out, he pulled out, I think, almost every laugh that I have, because I have a bunch that just spontaneously come. It usually sounds kind of like a cross between Arthur, Dudley Moore, and Ricky Gervais. That's usually what it is, if when I really go. But then there's a few others, these chuckles that I have that, I don't know, I've just gotten them from other people through so many years. And I think you, and then from creating some of them from characters that I've done for 6, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, and it's just kind of been part of me. Anyway, I think you pulled out every fucking one of them. I can't wait to watch that back. Jesus Christ.
I didn't. He did. I'm just making sure he doesn't fall off the chair.
I give you drunken cunt, wooden.
I
cunt.
know. He's crazy running around down here.
Yeah, goddamn, that's gonna be fun to watch back. But like you were getting to the dark part and you know where we are, whatever. Speaking in hockey, in this house, I think it was the Saturday after Thanksgiving, 83, I think it was. Might have been 84, I can't remember. Anyway, my second dog, Princess, we came home. She was a terrier Chihuahua mix. Fucking jumped so high. And a bark that would drive you nuts. Anyway, she had, a year before or so, had gotten run over by a van. Ooh. No broken bones. The only bad part that happened, it seemed, was that that morning, the last stitch came out of her from being fixed after having puppies.
Right.
The last stitch came out that morning, and basically all that happened was her stomach got ripped back open. That's all the damage. That was all the damage. We got her to the vet, and she was fine, but every once in a while she'd have like a, trauma, whatever. Anyway, I don't think that had anything to do with this. We came home from a Maine Mariners game, AHL hockey.
Right.
At the time, they were the farm team for the Flyers, the AAA team for the Flyers. And we came home from a game, that's a Saturday. Came in the house. She didn't come to meet us in the door like she always did. Go into the kitchen. This house I haven't been in many, many years. If you've watched the podcast, I've talked about how I've been back in this house for about a year and a half after 35 years or whatever. It was rented out.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So anyway, go into the kitchen. Trash is knocked over. Part of the turkey and stuff from from Thanksgiving, stuff all over the floor. What the fuck? She got into the trash again. Where the hell is she? Calling her. Go down. She's at the basic. She was dead at the end of that hallway.
Oh my
Laying
God.
there, yeah. Some of the turkey or whatever. She got into the trash and choked and things. There was vomit going down the hallway to the end of it. Like, so dark, hockey.
Yeah, stitches.
I don't remember where the dog part would fit, but no, we added something new.
Well, the dog part.
Well, you said, Herbie said I was cute. The dog was cute.
Yeah,
I guess that's where it fits. She was cute.
The dog part was what I did at work today. I sent you that message. It worked out for me too. Made puppies at work today. Yeah. Nobody came to check on me today, which was awesome.
Sweet. I haven't had to worry about that for exactly a year now. This week it's been exactly a year since I've worked. I'm going through an issue with my elbows. They're torn up. Like I have golf elbows. I have to have a procedure in July where they're going to go in and do all this needling and all this stuff because they took x-rays and did the other day, because it's been a year. And first I tried cortisone shots, worked for a couple of months, came back without even doing any lifting except for, shoveling snow this winter a little bit. So this time they went in and went to a different doctor, and they did a, what do you call it? The same thing when they do with a pregnant lady. Ultrasound.
Epidermal.
Ultrasound.
Oh, ultrasound. Epidermal.
No, but I'll
put it up your spine. Help fix your elbows.
I'll have to have something like that for the procedure. That
I can't feel anything.
I'm gonna have to have that for the way they described it.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna be 10 weeks of recovery before they can even do the next elbow, just so I'm not totally. So I don't have both arms not being able.
Well, you got to have one be able to work.
Do something. Well, this is my work.
Look,
It was-
look at what football, all those years playing football, did to me. I'm lucky I can walk.
Dude,
I'm a shell of my former self.
I can't even bowl anymore, and I hadn't bowled in years, so it had nothing to do with the bowling. It was from a lot of lifting a lot of stuff, and then I
Is that almost like tennis elbow?
tweaked my back. Tennis elbow was on. I had both.
Right.
Originally, I had both. See, what happened was all the lifting stuff that I was doing at the gig I had. I tweaked my back putting something on a shelf, doing everything right. I bent my knees and everything. Just boom. It was a pretty heavy box. Anyway, missed a week. Went to physical therapy, which was, and most of it was upper body kind of stuff, but knee bending too, like squatting and picking stuff up.
Yeah.
Anyway, there was a point where they had my weight a little too much, whatever, with a lot of the stuff, and I started to feel some burning on the inside, and then it was a little bit, and it was nothing. It seemed like nothing, just quick, something like a little tweak. That's fine. And then going into work, back to work, and doing all that stuff, and then doing the physical therapy. I was doing the physical therapy at lunch.
Really?
Yeah, twice a week, once or twice a week, sometimes twice, sometimes once, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And then a few weeks into it, not quite a little over a year ago, and then there was one point where I was using bolt cutters to had to cut a lock off of the back of a truck. And when I did it, my elbows I was already feeling kind of weak, but I was the only one there to do it, and it was burning. And I went and wham, and then the one side when it shut, the other handle that was on this side came down and whacked me right in the inside of the elbow. Made it even
jeez.
triple worse. Oh, it was so bad. That pain. Oh my God. And there was a couple of people there to see it too, and then ow. That they felt it their own way. But then it just kept getting worse, and then I just couldn't, and it progressed. Because at first it was just like, oh, a little burn a little bit or whatever, that's fine, But then it was just got to the point where like, oh, I can't even pick up anything. It felt like, so I had it on both the outside and the inside. So at first it was tennis elbow, which is the outside, and golf on the inside.
Yeah.
And it's endo, can't pronounce the fucking word.
Well, my wife's a nurse. I could get her down here. She can do, she could get the words for us, right?
It's endocycla something, I don't know. Then when I did the cortisone shots, I did them on both elbows, inside and outside, separately. 'Cause that's rough to go through for the first few days, and it was okay for a while, for about a month and a half, and like that's why I put the cortisone off for a while and did physical therapy before that. Which the physical therapy didn't work. Felt like it made it worse. Cortisone did it finally, but then it only lasted knew it wasn't going to probably.
And if it's only going to last a month and a half, what's the point?
But it has lasted on the outside. The outside are nowhere near as bad, where it just basically feels like you got hit with the hammer right there. Bam.
Yep.
And it's just the bruise. There's no bruise, but it feels like there's a big fat bruise there, and the outside felt the same way for the longest time.
If it's any consolation, mine feels okay. My back is so bad, I haven't picked up a check for a long time. I mean, if I bitch about anything like that with my lower back or issues of just being 63, my wife always says, you're still playing hockey, quit bitching, right?
That's so insane. That's the other thing I find so insane, that you are 63 and you still play hockey. That is so fucking badass. And you wear a fucking fez. Hold on. You wear a fez.
I wore that for our friend. I'm not ashamed of having a shrine. The only difference is it's a shrine to me.
Yeah.
This is my room.
Is that a real guitar on the back of the door? Or is that just a poster?
No, that's a clock.
Oh, that's a clock.
It's one of those old school clocks.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I put it's a picture of our family. My dad's got the violin. My one sister has the bongos. My one nephew has a guitar on. My mom's got the tambourine, I think, or the castanets. And I got the crazy glasses on with the microphone from the tape recorder. And we're pretending like that was a group photo. So I was, I think, 15 in that picture. That's 70. I got all the stuff. This is the jam room. I got the maracas. This is the music room. When I come down, I got everything set up down here. And right there, that's an old stereo. The old type stereos, right? If you can see, it flips up. That's from the 70s.
You mean the record player on the inside when you flip it up?
That's right.
Fuck, dude. I remember those.
I got that for free.
Yard sale?
No, I was looking to buy one, and they were all starting at like 150, 200 bucks, and it was always, the record player might still work. And I'd go, like, plug the fucking thing in and see if it works. Like, what do you mean it might work? Well, I don't think it works, or it has no needles. And so I called this one guy. He says, I asked him in the ad, I go, how much? Free if you come get it. So I went and got it. Him and his son threw it in the back of my van, and I got my son and my great nephew to help me carry it down here in the basement. Thing is a beast. Yeah. It's so heavy, right? But you get that old school smell of the tubes. When it turns on, you put the vinyl on. So I just got it for sentimental value and painted it. Like I paint everything. Got to paint it.
See all the painting you see behind? I've done all this painting. Not this painting, not this.
No.
But yeah, I was a painter. That's another synchronicity. I was a house painter / the best was the apartment repaints.
Well, they're easy.
Oh yeah, and me and my boss would knock them out, and then we'd go because most of the apartment complexes that he had contracts with. Most in Florida, most of them had the man-made lakes around these apartment complexes in the middle of these apartment complexes, and there was a lot of bass fish. We're both bass players, and we'd knock out an apartment. He'd run I'd pull the fucking the machine up, the sprayer, trying not to let that shit spill because we probably came from another place, so it was already rigged. So now this one I had to go real slow because there was already paint there, so we didn't have to just keep it together. And he would spray all the rooms and with the flat, and I'd do the kitchen and the bathrooms with the semi-gloss.
Right.
And we'd have a radio going, and we'd be smoking. I mean, this is early '90s. We'd both be smoking cigarettes. Well, he wouldn't when he was spraying. He wouldn't because he would wear a mask. And I wouldn't have to because I'd be in the other room. But anyway, we'd knock that shit out, a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom, or sometimes a studio, or a 1-bedroom. Then we put the stuff back in the van. And we'd grab fishing poles and go over to the fucking lake. Zing! We'd fish for fucking 35, 45 minutes. And then go knock out another one which it would take us it depended, depending on how many rooms and how nasty it already was. Because there was
I didn't know you were a painter.
There were sometimes the great ones were when you go into a place where somebody maybe only lived in for a year and they were really clean. There were sometimes where I didn't even have to paint the bathroom doors, or I just fucking wiped it down thanks to the semi-gloss. If they didn't smoke in there, I just fucking washed the shit sometimes and didn't have to sling any paint because they were
that's
just
why
clean people.
Everybody used to, like in the 50s and 60s, everything was painted with oil paint because every year they would just wash their walls. That was it. They put off painting, but I didn't know you were a painter because I did that for many, many years.
Yeah, I did it for a while. Right before I got into radio, I was a painter. I used to be on I painted we did 2 trips around it, an 11-story, the outside, I was on a swing stage, 1993 or 4, maybe 92. Anyway, I was on a swing stage painting the outside of this 11-story parking garage in Kendall, the Kendall, the Metro Rail thing. I think the Metro Rail, they had they built this 11-story parking garage. Me and another dude, me and 2 other dudes. One got fired because he threw a fucking fit 5 stories up and his fucking gun jam. He starts having a little meltdown while we're 5 stories up on a swing stage.
Yeah, not a good place to do that.
We came down, and the foreman, I remember JC was his name was I don't know what his name was, but he went by JC, and he looked like Yosemite Sam's taller, thinner brother, and he comes walking over as we came all the way down, 11 stories up. And he says the guy's name. I can't remember the guy's name. And this guy did have a problem. He was a drunk. I was a real tool, fucking getting up there every day with that guy on that thing. It wasn't his first tantrum.
Right.
And anyway, JC, yelled at him. He said his name. And what? He's like, come over here. And he came over to him and said, get the fuck off my job site.
And that was it, eh?
And I'm like, wait, who's going to break this shit down with me, man? Now it's all
you.
me. I don't have a
You were the one-man crew after that.
With breaking that down for that day, yeah. And that job, that gig was where I came across one of the biggest inspirations to get into radio, which was the Ron and Ron show. Oh. And Kimba, who hopefully... And you've heard me, you've seen me, I've talked about her before, that one of my inspirations to get into radio, a DJ in Florida. Because I've mentioned it because there's a pallbearer
that's named Kimba.
That's named Kimba, yeah. So I've mentioned my Kimba. Me Kimba is what she used to say, or still does. She's going to be on hopefully soon. Finally. That's going to be fun. But anyway, she was doing the mornings, and this job was over an hour drive from my place down to Kendall, because I lived in Fort Lauderdale, West Fort Lauderdale. So it was a drive. So the morning thing I remember hearing it was Kimba in the morning. She was doing this little morning thing, and it was a classic rock station. And then one day I'm driving, and it was, I think I got in the truck at 5:45. So at 6 o'clock, I'm expecting to hear Kimba's a little open, and then her talking a little bit, but it was music intensive show. It wasn't much talk. And all of a sudden, instead, at 6 a.m., I hear this David Letterman music. I think it was part of the Ron and Ron Open, and I just hear this gay sounding guy. And now, coming to you live from the Ron and Ron Network studios in Tampa, Florida. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Did I accidentally hit the button on my radio? What the hell am I listening to? The Ron and Ron show. And it's like, what's happening? This is my pre-radio days, so I don't know that, that they've flipped shows, and, they don't warn you. It doesn't.
It just happens.
Sometimes there'll be like if they're really well known or whatever. So-and-so coming to K-Rock, in September. Sometimes
or
that
you
happens.
See a billboard or something.
Right. But usually that's not how the most of the time, that's not how it happens. Just all of a sudden, what happened to the other DJ? What happened to the other show?
Yeah.
But they don't, and then you see something in the paper about it or on the news or whatever. Maybe. In the old days. This is the old days.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not the real old days. My days in the 90s and the early 2000s, up until 2012, those aren't the real old days. There's the real old days.
It's all relative, though.
Right, but yes, that's true.
I mean, I forget it's 2022. I only see it in Reese. He's 13. He's going into high school next year, so that's the time.
So you had a kid at 50.
Yep.
Wow.
My boys can still swim. Yep.
You are a littler guy. You can tell by your arms. You are a smaller. How tall are you?
5'6".
Wow. See, yeah. And there's a thing that I've noticed. You know, and I'm sure you've noticed, but those guys your size and a couple inches taller, and your weight, your body type. You're the ones that last until you're the 110-year-old dudes. I'm 5'10", so I'm fucked at least 85. I'm about done, but I don't think I'll make it there either.
My dad lived to be 92.
And how tall was he? Was he your
He was
body
6
type?
foot. He was 6 foot. But we're all slim in our family. I was the runt of the litter. I'm the youngest.
You keep sniffing like that, people are gonna wonder why you're so thin.
Hang on, I'll be right back. Got to do a bump.
Herbie, quick! Come here!
That would be great. That would be a funny thing. A fucking mannequin doing a line of blow. To see, that's a funny image. Oh, what you need to do, what I want you to do, speaking of but go into the Photoshop before I forget what I really want to see.
Okay.
With the Photoshop thing, with the pallbearers, with Paul on the bike that we'll see later. Somehow to get that where just the wheels are turning.
I know. I was trying.
Kind of,
when you asked me about that, I went into it because I had a couple days off. Because I'm just getting, like I told you that we had to get tested, right?
Right.
So I'm just getting over that, hence the sniffing somewhat.
Right.
But I'm trying to figure out in my Photoshop how to do that.
The motion graphics?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had
like
Photoshop.
I said,
I've always been an audio guy and sometimes a little bit of video.
Yeah, the program that I'm running on this thing, which I showed you earlier, right? It's like, I mean, it's a crapshoot.
Right.
My nephew gave me this bootleg copy
There's
of
got
the
to be
Photoshop
something, dude.
program.
But you're on an iPhone. I figure couldn't you do it on an iPhone?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
I think you might.
I mean, there's different apps that you.
You might want to talk to
apps
Reese.
you can buy, but
I bet Reese will come along and go, "No, Dad, look, ding, 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 ding."
No. I tried, and a couple other things.
I'll give you an update later.
Okay. But it's funny that laptop was supposed to be for me to be able to do Photoshop, and my wife also bought the stylus for it, right? And we lost the stylus. But we have 7 cats, right? So go figure. You leave something on a table, what happens? So, and then I've only used that laptop maybe 3 times, and we've had it for almost 3 years. This is it. I make do with what I have.
Same here. No, same here.
Exactly.
But I would assume that I don't have an iPhone, but I would assume that an iPhone would be able to do that. Something in the iPhone would be able to do something. Shit, you could do fucking everything else. I
could leave it with Herbie when I go to bed tonight, and he could try to figure it out. But he only has one hand, right? So good luck.
Really?
Yeah, he lost one along the ways.
How old is Herbie again? You said 50.
50, same age as you.
Yeah, so yeah, he lost a hand. I've lost my elbows. So yeah, it's all working out relative. See, synchronicity.
Exactly. Well, synchronicity, again, like you said, that you were a house painter. I was a house painter. I started house painting in 1985, summer of 85. And the first job we ever did was for a woman who owned this big house. It was like a rooming house, boarding house, beautiful house. And my boss introduced me to her, and her last name was Fuller. So I did the Three Stooges joke. I said, "Mrs. Fuller, we use your brushes," as in Fuller brushes, right? And she went, "What? You're using my brushes? Didn't you bring your own?" And my boss says, fucking idiot. Like, and then he's we ended up being partners, and he's one of my closest friends to this day. We ended up being Heritage Boys. They called us Heritage Boys, but it was Heritage Painting and Restoration and we ended up doing a lot of work. But then I moved to Toronto, and then as recently as 6 years ago, I was painting again for myself, and it was Mr. Jinx Painting. Did my own business card. Everybody used to say, "Don't you get the beard in the paint?" So I just did my face with the beard in the paint, with the paint can saying Mr. Jinx Painting.
That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I get referrals to seniors and stuff from other seniors that I did work for, and then they would always say, "Okay, when he knocks at the door, don't be scared when you open it. He's okay." So I figured I better put my face on the card. So when I hand out the cards, they know who's coming to the door, because I got the hood rat look, right?
And and when it comes to the mushroom thing with me and talking about the leprechauns and all that stuff, you've got that gnome munchkin beard.
Oh, I love the Munchkins, man.
and
When she opens the door and she's in Munchkin Land, I love The Wizard of Oz. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Psychedelic.
Yep.
It's all about a mushroom trip.
But we did just another painting story quickly. We got a job in one of the buildings downtown to do the offices of a bedwetting clinic. Right? So it was a bedwetting clinic. So this guy hired us to do the offices. And so he came over to me and he goes, "Okay, am I going to get like 3 coats of paint? Like, 1 primer, 2 top coats and stuff that's all included in the price?" And I said, "Of course, yes. We do 3 coats. Like we didn't spray like you did. Like we're doing brush and roller, right?" I said, "What we do, we put on a thin coat first, but we call that a piss coat." It's a bedwetting clinic, right? We put a piss coat on first, and then, just to get some paint on the wall, see how it's going to cover. And then we go back over that, and then we give you 2 top coats. And he kind of looked at me. He thought I was making fun of his practice, but no. But that's a painting term, a piss coat. Have you ever heard that term before?
Usually we just call it a dust.
Right.
It's probably basically the same thing, a dust coat.
Dust coat, piss coat. We say you get a piss coat, right? So.
I remember learning when I go ahead.
No, I'm just saying my boss is looking at me again. I get this all the time. Like, it's like, don't talk to him, right? It's like, don't talk to the guy. Like, and I'm trying to be all, I'm like the Three Stooges, like Larry saying, "I got my men, I'm working on it right now." But if you smoke the cigars, they think you're important, right?
This is true. When are you gonna light that up or what?
All right.
But yeah.
Are we still 10 minutes in?
We are 40. Yeah, you said that at the 48-minute mark on the nose. You asked that question. What was I gonna say? That's one of the funny things working in one of the cool parts. There's many cool parts except for injuring yourself, doing like labor jobs, and there's so many things that have those funny names, like like you said, piss coat. I remember when we left this house, and we went to, when we got the house that we moved to, when we started renting this out in '87, this older farmhouse that needed a lot of work, and the guy, that's where I learned that when you're putting up the drywall, it's called screwing off.
Yeah.
The dude was walking around. He had stilts on because he was doing the ceiling on part of the house. It was like, so what?
The Marilyn Manson stilts.
I'm gonna get back to screwing off. And I laughed as a little kid. I think I was like 15.
Screwing off.
Screwing off. I was like, no, that's really what they call it. Oh, well, you mean like a piss coat?
Yeah. What about when you're at a work site and there's no washroom?
Oh God, dude. Yeah.
We were in a big house, brand new house being built with another crew of painters, and they were total jerks. They didn't get our sense of humor. They didn't want to work together with us. So one of our guys took a dump in one of their paint cans. It was empty, but he took a dump in it, put the lid back on, and put it in with their full ones.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's rude. Great. That's fucking rude.
That was great.
That is so rude.
So we were working on the second. No, they were on the top floor. We were on the first floor in the basement. So we were in the basement when someone opened that lid on the second floor, and we could hear the commotion, right? And then it's like they come running down. Of course, they're going to accuse us, and it's like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, why do you think it's us? Like, why would we do that? That's gross, man. Like, get out of here.
Gross.
It's gross. Or guys taking pisses in the sump pumps. Fun times.
Oh, one of the beauties of this place, putting this place back together, I think it was right about here in the wall. Wait a minute, where am I going? Right about there in the wall, there was a part, because there's the bathroom there. And apparently years when I redid everything, there was a spot where there had been a leak, and in the bathroom, and then it was fixed or whatever, and I had to kind of go over it and knock some of it out, because some of that drywall was bad, so I had to redo that spot. And when I did, I found a couple of bottles of the 16 ounce, the what do they call them? The Budweiser bottles, the 16 ounce. Oh, that's right, you're Canadian. The pints, the little pints. Found a couple of them in the wall.
That's cool.
Yeah,
whenever we did new drywall or anything that was going to be covered up, I always drew my cartoons in there and signed my name, right? So, or every once in a while, if we had some leftover, I mean, people do this now, but back then it was unheard of. Any Halloween decorations, like a plastic skull or something, just put it in the wall.
That's insane. I wish I'd have thought of
There's
that.
there's stuff all around this city here that we've planted that who knows when it'll be unearthed. But we know it's there, right?
That's hilarious.
We used to have all kinds of fun like that.
That's what I was going to get into, is the kind of fun that you do come up with when it comes to any gig, but mainly I'm talking manual labor gigs. When I first moved to Los Angeles, before I got back into radio, I was looking for a radio gig. I went ahead and took a job at Bed Bath & Beyond, and I had some voice work residuals that was paying really well. So I only had the gig. I only kept the gig. It was only a few days a week, and I worked cash register. Well, before I did the cash register. They basically got mad at me because I'm fucking the story up. Let me start at the beginning. Had a voice gig that, like I said, paid pretty well, but just to have a regular job and while I was looking for a radio gig, luckily I had a couple of voice gigs that were continually bringing in checks. But there was a point where I worked in the mornings. Speaking of shit, oh my God, I got another story with this. I had to be there at 5 a.m. I was one of the guys that brought in the new stuff and made sure that all the shelves were stocked and everything was all cleaned up for when they open at 9. So it was like 4 hours of, and it was so. And then through the day we would also do other stuff, but there was a lot of time after the store was open. We spent most of it upstairs in the warehouse. And there was this one guy I worked with. His name was Carlos. This motherfucker had only been in the country from, what was it, Brazil? Or where the fuck was he from? Oh, it was right at the tip of South, one of the countries at the top of South America. Chile? Maybe it was Chile. Anyway, hilarious motherfucker. When he arrived here in the States, this is 2004. When he arrived in the States a year before, he didn't know any English. He learned it from TV, like Daryl Hannah and Splash, and, just talking to people, and it was pretty good too. And it was weird to me that I was like, wait, you haven't even been here a year, and you speak English just fine, but there are people that have been in this country for 25 years, can't speak a fucking lick. Like what the fuck? It didn't.
And if I went to Chile, would I be able to? If I went to Chile, would I pick it up? No.
You probably, yeah, you would. Little by little. Yeah, sure you would. Just to find
Well,
out where
little
it,
by
yeah,
little, but
yeah,
not
you
like
would.
probably the way that he was able to pick it up.
And he was so fucking funny. So we came up with this thing because we would get bored. Like, we were talking, you get bored, you come up with fun things to do.
Yeah.
Bed Bath & Beyond, we had sometimes these huge boxes that were filled with pillows. And one of the things we had to do when those came in upstairs in the warehouse was there was a section of you take them out of the box and you just stuff them in here. This whichever kind goes here, so they can just pull them right out, so they don't have to take out a box and then get it out. And
Yeah.
so you take get it all ready upstairs, so when somebody needs something. But then you got this nice empty box. And Carlos and I came up with the what was it? Help me with the box game.
Oh, yeah.
So we took turns. So either I would get in the box and he'd fold it up, or he'd get in the box. And when there was somebody that came up around that wasn't paying attention, didn't know, hey, dude, can you help me with this box and put it up on this over here on this shelf? So as soon as they got on their end, and all right, on 3, 1, 2, and then as soon as Carlos or I would,
Yeah.
right out of the box. We almost gave one dude a heart attack, man. Oh, that poor guy. He fell backwards. Bam, all through him. Oh my god. Oh, dude, I felt so bad about that. I think that was the last one we did. We did like 4 or 5. And I remember the best one was one of the dudes knew. He knew our thing. There was one dude, and I got him to where I never asked because he already kind of knew what we did. And there was one time he was all flustered, seeing me like, oh, seriously, man, come on. Boom. And then he did it. Boom. He went, oh, I fell for the box. I fell for the box. That was the best one. And I was like, fuck, I wish I had a fucking camera. That was the greatest.
Reese likes watching those jump scares on YouTube. See, that's the thing. Both Reese and my wife, I can't jump scare them because they get too scared, right? And my wife will probably have a heart attack, or I get hit really hard. And it ain't worth it. I do enough of that shit at work. I don't need to do it at home, right?
When I was doing that painting thing, when I was doing the apartment repaints back in the day, it was with a buddy of mine, a buddy of my dad's. And at the time, for a little bit of that time, I lived with my dad, and we scared each other all the fucking time, dude. It would always, always. And there was a couple of times where it looked like my dad was going into a seizure, and I went, you know what? He's a smoker, he drinks fucking almost a 12-pack of Coors Light every day. I shouldn't do this anymore.
My dad used to do that with my mom, and my mom would turn around, and whatever was close, she would grab and threaten to throw it. But once out of those 10 times, she'd let it go. And my dad never knew when it was going to be. One time, she beamed him with a conch shell. Pow. And he hit him on the head, cut him, right? Still laughing. He didn't say nothing. He knew he was going to get one. He took it. So I've taken it too. You're going to get it. Sometimes it's worth it.
Sometimes.
Actually, it makes you laugh harder for me. Anyway, I laugh harder if I'm hurt and, it's like, oh, my God. It's like, you hit me. It's like, I scared you that bad. You had to hit me, hurt me. It's, yeah, you fucker. So it's like, yeah, I did my job. The empty box gig reminds me of I worked at a place, helped my supervisor. We had to replace the fridge in the lunchroom. Carry the fridge in the box up the stairs. Take the old one out. Take the box down, empty box down the stairs, and he goes, okay, let's bust it up, put it in recycle. I go, no, man. Nobody's seen us put the fridge through the swap yet. Let's wait till they come out to go to lunch and say, you can't go up the stairs yet. We're bringing the fridge up. And then when we get up a few steps, I'll ask you if you got it. You say yeah, and that's when you tip the box on me. Sure enough, we wait for the secretaries, everybody come out. Oh, you can't go up there yet, blah, blah, blah. And I go, yeah, come on. You can. It won't take us long to get up there on the dolly. Okay, and so 3 steps up. And I go, you got it? Yeah, I got it. He was a big guy too, right? Like stone cold, big guy. Pushes the box, and those boxes are sturdy anyway, so it dropped on me, and I fell back with it on me. And one of the secretaries, she goes, you killed little Randy. And so then I threw the box off me, and it's like, oh my God, were they so mad at us for that? One had to go to the washroom right away because they thought I was dead. Like, that was like, and it's the same thing. It's like, we fell for it. Like, these, knuckleheads scamming us, and we fell for it. But yeah, we were on the silent treatment for a few days after that. I just would look at them and with a smile, and they go like, I'm not ready to talk to you yet, right? You never forget stuff like that.
No.
And they don't forget you for that either. I'm still friends with all these people on Facebook, right? I get those comments, only you would do this. Oh yeah, or they send me all kinds of crazy stuff. I was thinking of you when I saw this, so here, look at this. Okay, so that's awesome when that happens, right? You made some sort of an impact, especially at work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's your family outside of home, right? You're going to war with these people every day, especially if you worked at some fucked up places. Yeah. You survived it. You kind of bond together. There's the ones that work as a team. There's some that don't. I've been fortunate everywhere I've worked. I've met some really good people and still friends with them.
One of my bosses, one of my old bosses in radio is going to be, he'll be on, but hopefully, I think it should be next week, maybe the week after. He's going to be on. We got all kinds of stories to tell. We were having a conversation like you and I are having right now when we first heard, from another coworker came up to us and went, hey, a plane just flew into the World Trade Center. And then he turned around and went back and went running off because he had to go do something. We were in a radio station on the other side of the newsroom was on the other side of the building. We were near our production cubicles. Weren't in the studio yet because it was early in the morning because we do stuff at the cubicle first and then we go down to the studio and do things, which was on the other side by the newsroom. Anyway, we were standing there. That was one of our things that we like remembering things. When I heard Kurt Cobain died, I was on a ladder painting a family friend's house, all by myself in the house with them, listening to one of my favorite DJs, and it was a Saturday, just a few years ago. What, the anniversary was the 5th? Right?
Something like that, yeah.
Right? 1994. All by myself on a Saturday on a ladder, painting the trim on this it was a townhouse. And Steve Stansel, Zeta 4, or at the time it was Zeta Rocks, I think. They had switched to modern rock from the classic rock from a few years before. And and the funny thing about that was, I was just about to start radio school, or I think I had just started radio school in April of 94. It was April or May of 94. Might have been March. Anyway, time goes on. I start doing voiceover, in radio, mostly producing, and then I get into doing some voice work. And everybody's like, "You sound like a young Steve Stansel." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!" One of my inspirations to get into radio, my favorite, my favorite jocks. I'm like, "What the fuck? Do I? Wow!" And like when a third person said it, I was like, "Holy shit, this is trippy."
Yeah.
And I wasn't even doing mushrooms yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
That's the key word.
Yet. I hadn't really truly woken up yet.
Well, those kind of, those memories, especially as something that magnitude, exactly where you were or who you were with. You'll always remember that.
Yeah, and that's part of what this podcast is about, is those stories.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody wants to hear. because they can relate to so many of them, you know.
See,
I just have more of like a Forrest Gump thing going, you know, but more mentally challenged.
well, that's another thing that we
A lot
have
of
in common,
celebrities.
our Forrest Gump analogies, because I've always referred to myself since that movie came out, all the different places that Forrest went and met all these famous people and stuff like that. I mean, you have yours, I have mine.
Right.
And I've always used that expression, like I was always the Forrest Gump of wherever I happened to be working at the time. It's like, hey, Randy, tell them the time you met, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what? How are you here and you happen to have met this person? It does, like, their wires get crossed. They go, how did that happen?
One of my first, jumping back to where you mentioned Paul Michael Glazier,
Yeah.
one of the first celebrities I ever met was at this thing that they did in the late 70s at the Capitol Center. It was a car show or something that my dad wanted to go to. And we went, and we lived in Virginia at the time. I lived in Virginia for a patch of years when I was from 3 to 9 or 10. Anyway, we went to this thing, and at this place, at the car show, they had some TV people that were there just for doing appearances. And
Yeah, it sounds like a hot rod show.
Yeah, my dad had a Roadrunner.
Nice.
And I can't remember the car before that, but so my dad, you know, liked cars. And one of the celebrities, two of the celebrities that I remember that were there doing little, you know, signing headshots and shit.
Yeah.
One of them was the guy that was played the gay guy on Barney Miller. I can't remember his name, but he was like one of the first gay characters on television in the 70s. And the other one that I remember was fucking Huggy Bear.
Oh yeah, Antonio
Antonio Vargas.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
he was the biggest thing I remember was I had those two headshots of those two guys and a third that I can't remember who it was. And I had them autographed, and those were like my first ones that I ever had, besides Redskin shit, because my dad was a Redskin,
Right, yeah.
a Redskin fan, a Commander fan. I'm not big enough. It's the smallest click on the internet. There's no way it's getting canceled. I'm surprised they got a copyright. I'm surprised they got a copyright strike on a podcast on 85.
Oh.
On 85, just for showing a video, and I had it muted, but they only did it for a few days.
I remember you going through that, and I just sent you. You watched that film I did of my mom, right?
Right. Oh yeah, the music that you used. You must have gotten some problems.
I never had an issue with that except for one segment, and I didn't notice that until I watched it this week. They took out the Tiny Tim. There's Tiptoe Through the Tulips is through the one picture where my mom was showing off her garden. You can hear the very beginning of it, and you can just hear the little bit of the end, but they took out the music because there was a gap in it, and I put that in for a specific reason, right? Like all the sound, all the music on that film were from my mom's records. Those are my mom's records. And the party music and all the people laughing and joking, those were records that I have still, right? And I recorded it. And I always wondered if I'd ever get dinged on it, and I finally did. I noticed it because that didn't happen last year. I usually watch it on the anniversary, right? And it's like my son will say, "Are you going to cry?" Right? And sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, depending on the mood, right? But that's the one thing I noticed. It's they took out the Tiny Tim Tiptoe Through the Tulips. So but the rest of the stuff is in there intact. So, but I mean, at our TV at home, that's where my parents would put pictures of the grandkids and everything like that. And then there was a picture of me with Tiny Tim because I got to meet him a couple of times. And so company would come over and they'd say, "Oh, what kid is this? What kid's that?" And they go, "Is that Randy with Tiny Tim?" My mom would go, "Oh yeah, he's met him a couple times. Calls him Mr. Randy." So synchronicity, right? Right place, right time.
Didn't Tiny Tim meet Manson?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Shh.
Herbie, go to the bathroom. No, there was that one post that Nicholas did.
Yeah,
There was.
that's it. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. And I told him, I said, you're blowing my mind, because he mentioned Al Martino too, and Al Martino singing that's the last song on my mom's film. That was her favorite, Spanish Eyes. That was her favorite song. That's why we played it at her funeral too. That's why it ends out the film, right? So the Al Martino connection, Tiny Tim and the Doors connection, right? Because I was fortunate enough to meet Ray Manzarek and John Densmore at a different time.
Yeah, man.
So I go, you're freaking me out. You're linking these three together, because I got Al Martino's autograph, because we took our mother to see Al Martino at the Top Hat, which was a dinner club here. I also saw, that's where I saw Tiny Tim. And then I moved from Windsor to Toronto, and he was playing a year later in Toronto on Bloor Street at the place called the Purple Onion. So I go to the Purple Onion with my girlfriend at the time. She didn't go to the Windsor gig. I went by myself. And I said, I'm going to introduce you to Tiny Tim. Let's go see him. She goes, you can't just walk up to him. I said, well, he's very approachable. Fucking nice guy, right? Walk up to him. I go, Mr. Tim. And he turns around and he goes, Mr. Randy. He fucking remembered me. And my girlfriend's looking at me like, holy shit. He goes, what are you doing in Toronto? I said, I'm living here now. He goes, isn't that glorious?
Wow, dude.
I know. So I got my picture taken again with him. And he goes, why are you in Toronto? I said, well, this is my girlfriend.
Stay back, right? Stay where you, back farther a
Oh,
little bit.
here?
Or a little bit closer. But try not to come closer than that, because it cuts your face off. Cuts your eyes off.
Oh, you want to
While
see
you're
the
talking.
eyes? You want to see the eyes, Wayne?
Yes. I keep getting lost in them, and then when you float up too much like this, then I get lost, because I don't have my lost in your eyes.
It's showbiz adage. Let everybody want more. Let them keep more. Oh, jeez. Quack, quack. That reminds me of, you Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx, the duck. Quack. But I introduced Tiny to my former girlfriend, Pam. And he said, Miss Pamela. Everybody was Mr. and Miss with Tiny Tim. But that freaked me out, that Nicholas. Yeah, that Nicholas post when he said the connections there. I go, the three separate worlds, right? But no. At the time, you thought they were. But all these years later, we're going on this summer 53 years later, right? With this case.
Yeah.
I've been following this since I was 10.
Hey.
Well, yeah, 10 going to be 11. Yeah.
So 10, let's see, so you're 63.
I was born in 58.
Jesus Christ, man.
My whole current events at school during the 60s was pretty fucked up.
Man, yeah, there's a lot of fucking...
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like civil rights, assassinations, just all kinds of crazy stuff. My Lai incident with Sergeant Calley, all kinds of stuff, right? First televised war, Vietnam. Every day you come home from school, you watch Three Stooges, Little Rascals, put on the news. What do you see?
Television, children fed. Yeah. Unknown Soldier, The Doors.
Yeah.
Unborn, living, dead. Bullet strikes the helmet's head.
Yeah.
Watch me get a fucking copyright strike for that.
One of my favorite ones is trading
Well,
all
you sounded so much like Jim, we had to bleep it. Because you're just so fucking good, Waynes.
Yeah.
Get the quack back for that one.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah.
I fucked up in, was it 07 or 08? I can't remember which, but I was part of Coast to Coast AM. I was one of the engineers for Coast to Coast AM. You know, Art Bell, George Norrie, syndicated overnight radio show. Talks a lot about UFOs, conspiracy theories, a lot of shit. You ever heard of him?
No.
No. The way that show was done because of the syndication. There was 2 shifts of engineers every day on that show, because what would happen was, so the show was live in the Pacific. It's live 10 to 2 in LA, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Right. The first hour is always, I don't know how it is now, I haven't listened to it in years, but the way the show format was, the first hour started with George with an open and talking about a few stories, and then he might have a quick guest on, like Alex Jones for 15 minutes, and then maybe another guest a little bit, or just talk about the day's stories, whatever, or maybe get started in the second half hour of the first hour with the night's guest. Either way, the guest was always the last 3 hours. So, and then what would happen was, as soon as the show was over at 2 a.m., it started playing. You're all, during the show while it's going on, you're backing it up in 3 different places.
So yeah.
And then it's also going into the computer system, being recorded in the computer system and set to start playing again at 2 a.m. right when it's over at 3:06 or 2:06. It's going to start over for affiliates that pick it up at that time. Some affiliates pick it up then, or it just replays for people that don't run it, that do run it, want to run it in a certain way, whatever. It's fucking trippy.
Yeah.
So the next day, what you would do is take those backups in from the computer, get them all queued up, and you would play starting at 7 p.m. for the network. Starting at 7, you'd play back hours 2, 3, and 4 for affiliates until 10 p.m., and then you start the new live show. So there was 2 shifts of engineers because you couldn't have one to do all those hours.
No,
so
yeah.
It was 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. the next day.
Wow.
So we'd have it split. Sometimes I did the second one. Sometimes I would do the first one. We had different shifts and some main people and some rotating or whatever. What the fuck was my point?
You lost me.
Coast to coast, guests. What the hell is the point?
Synchronicity.
Anyway, all my coworkers knew. I worked with them for many years. Well, what was it? 3.5 years I was there or something like that. Almost, yeah, right around there. They knew I was a Doors fan. I look on the schedule thing, like in a couple of weeks, I'm like, whoa, Robbie Krieger and Ray Manzarek are going to be on the show? What? Why? And I can't remember what it was, but they weren't going to do the full 3 hours. They were only going to do a certain amount of time. And I was like, dude, if I'm not on the schedule, but if I'm not on, I'm coming in. I'm just going to come in and hang.
Somebody trade with me.
I'm going to come in and hang. It's fine. That way I fucking hang. I want to finally meet fucking Ray and Robbie.
Yeah.
I think it was something having to do with the Doors of the 21st Century. Maybe not. Maybe it was a little bit later. It had to have been 07 or 08.
07, 08.
I can't remember what it was.
They could have been on tour with. Was that when they had
something.
Ian in the band?
That was earlier. That was a few years earlier, I think. I don't remember. I don't want to look it up right now.
Yeah, I can't remember what they would be promoting at that point.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. But anyway, it was 07 or 08. So yeah, I wasn't divorced quite yet, but I was separated for a couple of years. So I was with somebody, and yeah, I ended up blowing it off, and I still fucking regret it.
Really?
Yeah, I could have gone in.
You blew it off?
And I could have taken her with me, but yeah, we were doing something. We got caught up, and I was like,
Oh, man.
to get from here to there, it's going to be kind of
That
stressful.
sucks.
So
That sucks.
And then I was afraid that with all the stress to get there, then I would end up, just making an ass out of myself and then wishing I hadn't done it to begin with. But yeah.
Well, people that have been with me over the years would be almost kind of in that similar situation. I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna hang out in case I see so and so. Do you want to come? And it's like, no, I don't want to hang around. You're not going to see nobody. And then I come back with this shit.
Yeah.
How many times have I done that by myself? And then finally now here in Windsor with the casino we've had for years, we get bands coming here as opposed to having to go across the river to Detroit, right?
Mm.
So the band just stays right in the casino. That's how I got to meet Alice Cooper and the whole band. I know when they're going to do sound check. I got a pretty good idea of when they're going to do sound check, when they're going to go to dinner and stuff, and I just hang around. That's how I got Alice Cooper to pull my beard.
All right, that's a little creepy.
No, you know why
that's
that
right. You have a
happened,
video.
though?
That's right. You have a video of that where he
That's
signed
right.
a few things for you, and then can you pull the beard?
You know why I asked him to pull my beard? Because the people I was working with, I said, I'm going to go. Cooper's in town. He's playing tomorrow night. I'm going to go to the casino tonight and see if I can find him. Oh, good luck with that. I said, hey, I found people before. You can't win unless you buy a ticket, right? You got to get out of the house. Go look. And they said, well, if you do find him, if you find him, get him to pull your beard. So if you watch that video, I'm remembering as I'm freaking out because he's actually doing it.
Right.
And I go, this might sound weird, but do you mind pulling my beard? And he just gave it a yank. And my nephew, Synchronicity, I'm standing there waiting for him to come out of the restaurant, Alice Cooper, right? I turn beside, my nephew's there from Toronto. I go, what are you doing here? He goes, what are you doing here? I go, Alice Cooper's in the restaurant. He goes, he is? I go, yeah, he's going to come out. I go, what are you doing in town? He says, all the other hotels are booked. I got to stay here at the casino. Let me go up to my room and drop my bags off. I go, you can't leave. As soon as you leave, he's going to come out. Stick around. Like, what are you, fucking nuts? Put your bags on the floor. Like, whatever. So that's who filmed it. I didn't even know he was coming into town. He just literally bumped into me.
That's hilarious.
Then Alice Cooper comes out. And he's like, I got time for two. Because I had all my albums.
And if I'm not mistaken, the two top choices that Manzarek, Krieger, and Densmore were thinking of to replace Jim was Alice and Iggy Pop.
I would say
those were the two
mostly
top
Iggy because Ray worked with Iggy.
But I know, Iggy was like the top, but I think the second choice was they talked about Alice. I think Alice has mentioned it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Where he was like they kind of talked to him about it or something.
I seen the tour where Alice would do the 4 songs to my dead drunk friends. Like he'd do a Lennon song, he did a Hendrix song, he did a Doors song, and then I think that gig he did a Lemmy song, Motorhead song, right? He would do 4 songs from 4 different people that he was pals with, right, or met.
Right. You know my Lemmy story, right?
No.
Didn't I tell it on the roast? Well, I know I told it to Paul and the crew, Danny and Beckham.
I don't remember it.
I was.
I was probably walking the dog. I probably, oh fuck, Wayne's telling the story. I got time for a cigar. It's like, I'm glad I brought my whole pack down here for fuck's sakes.
I had been in I'd been in LA, I don't know, a month and a half or so, and a friend of my wife and I's worked in the media aspect of porn, and told me that if I wanted to bring a friend, if I wanted to come and, I'd behave. She knew me, so we'd known each other for a
Wanted
few
to
years.
come.
Yeah, I didn't word that right.
Like and subscribe.
I didn't say it, Danny, so I'm not the one stealing.
Yeah, I didn't say it either. I just said like and subscribe. I mean, in your podcast, not hers.
I know. No, I know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sure you
There'll
do.
be a joke now. She'll put up a joke that we stole her thing.
Yeah, it's her
So I'm
thumb
like,
there.
what do you mean?
That's copyright by Danny.
See, I'm gonna get another strike. What the hell was I saying?
You're talking about how you met Lemmy through
right,
somebody who was in media.
There was a
part of
yeah. So she was telling me. So if you want to bring a friend, I brought my buddy David, and at the Rainbow Room. It was at the Rainbow Room. So you remember how the Rainbow Room is like literally right next door to the Roxy.
Yeah.
And there's that little driveway in between. But then there was when they put the outside bar in the Rainbow Room, they had originally, it looks different now, but in 2003, there was like a wooden fence to separate a few feet back from the outside bar that they'd built. There was like a little wooden fence that was, I don't know, 5.5 feet, 5 feet tall, something like that, separating it from that little, driveway to the little tiny parking lot between, in the back.
I haven't been there since '86.
Yeah, this was 2003. September of 2003, maybe October. Anyway, so after we went in, but then we didn't go inside yet. And I'd already been there a few weeks. The second day I was in LA, after I arrived at my buddy's place and dropped my stuff off, and we hung out for a bit, and I took a nap. The next day, I went driving around, and I had lunch at the Rainbow Room. Hardly anybody was there, but I was like, I've always wanted to eat here, eat there, and I went straight.
For sure,
I went straight to the Strip. From being in this house as a little kid, learning, all about stuff about the Strip and then Guns N' Roses and all that stuff. I wanted to, finally seeing it, and finally doing that shit. I'd done a little bit a couple of years before when my wife and I had come to LA for a week, but we didn't really see much because we were also have my daughter was only 8 months old at the time, so we couldn't really do a ton of stuff. Anyway, what the hell was my point? Oh, Rainbow Room.
Lemmy.
So David and I, before we go inside, before we checked that out, we stopped we went to that outside bar towards the back and got a drink, and then we stepped back away from the bar towards that. And so we got the fence right there, and then the Roxy's right behind us, and I'm just standing there talking to David, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden I see this.
Yeah.
The fence. Like, hey, what's up, man? And all of a sudden a little bit higher, and I went, oh, shit. Hey, Lemmy. He said, hey, mate. I'm just looking for someone. And I went, oh, shit. Wow.
Hey there. Yeah, Lemmy hung out there a lot.
Yeah, he did. But this was like a private party, so he was not, he probably ended up getting in. I don't know. I didn't see him again that night. But it was a private party, so it wasn't like a normal night where he'd be there.
Right, yeah. But I mean,
or he'd already been inside.
There.
He wouldn't have even been looking over the fence. He'd already been inside, but because it was a private thing.
I wonder who he's looking for.
Yeah, I don't know, but I saw a lot of titty.
Yeah, no kidding. That's the industry.
And then stepped outside before we were leaving, when we were getting ready to go. David and I step outside. We're standing in front of the Roxy, and just sitting there shooting the shit, buzzed. And I'm standing there talking to him, and we're towards the street on the sidewalk, almost right in front of the door of the Roxy. And I'm talking to him like the Roxy's right over here. And I'm just going to glance over, and I realize, the three dudes right there, one of them's leaning against the wall of the Roxy, and he's got his foot up. And I'm like, it's fucking Scott Ian from Anthrax. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
And David didn't know much, didn't know who Anthrax was. And I went, dude, do you know who, I didn't know he didn't know until I said, dude, fucking Scott Ian from Anthrax. He goes, who? I'm like, Scott Ian from Anthrax. I don't know who that is.
It's like, look at the beard.
Yeah, there you go, synchronicities. And and he had, it was back with the flip phone days. And David,
Right.
I didn't even know he was doing it. And he took out his phone or whatever, and I'm just standing there, and then he came around to where he was in front of me, where Scott was over my shoulder, and had his phone, and just kind of did a little click or whatever, and then did around, and then like 30 seconds later, he was like this. He holds up his phone for me, and I went, dude, Scotty
Cool.
over my shoulder, kind of like you doing a Photoshop.
Kind of, but
And,
it was real.
Yeah, tell a story. I don't care what story. Tell a story, because I gotta make water, Mr. Jinx.
Okay. Okay, well, Wayne is gone. It's like, pretend he's in that chair over there, and it's like you almost didn't miss him. So, you have anything to say, Herbie? I think he blew his load at the beginning of the show. So what the heck? What's going on, everybody? Wayne can always edit this part out or leave it in. Who's to say? That's a nice fireplace in the back. Nice poster. Look at that. It's got his name there in the corner. Says Mr. Jinx there. This could be our new profile pic. What do you think? Unbelievable. We could be dummies. He may not even come back. We might be here for hours until the phone dies. You know that. Oh, you don't care. You're down here all the time anyways. See, isn't this nice? I get you. You're going to be on YouTube again. You're my intro. Making up for all the times I abused you over the years, hanging you from trees for Halloween. So, room does look nice. I think you did a good job lighting it overall. Oh, I hear a flush. He might be back. I don't know. Yeah, there he comes. Right where the dog died. Oh, geez, here he is.
Keep going. I'll be back.
Oh, he's going again. What's he doing? Bet you he's making a drink. Could be. Wants me to keep going? What can I possibly say? Oh, geez, here he's back.
Oh, God.
Hang on, he's back. Shut up. Shut up. He's back. Okay. Hey, what's happening?
Oh, Jesus. One of my favorite things to do since I started doing these video casts with guests, one of my favorite things is when I go back for clips and to make sure everything's clean and, the audio is, everything's
Right.
okay. One of my favorite things is to hear the stories that get told, because I do the same thing with anybody else. When I go take a piss, tell a story, and to come back and hear to go over it later and to hear the story that I missed while I was pissing. It's one of my favorite parts.
You should do a compilation of all those.
I might in my
Piss coats.
in-
Piss coat stories.
Yeah, perfect. And like the Whip 50, the 50th. When I started the podcast, it used to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Wednesday was Unlocked Wednesday, and they were all audio only. The first 79 podcasts are audio only, but with the first 50, it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday and Fridays were Patreon hours. They're still on Patreon, patreon.com/waininginterest. Part of the Whips.
Yeah.
And on those Unlocked Wednesdays were radio stories, and I would go through my early notebook of jokes when I first started doing stand-up comedy in 2014. And I would do I'd do like two or three sometimes. And on the 50th whip, I did the compilation I went back through all the unlocked whips and took all those jokes that I'd done, all those other things, and I made it into this little playback of, and it's a promo too. It's if you go on the YouTube, on not just the YouTube page, but it's on, the audio is also on, goes to Spotify and Apple and a bunch of other podcast places. But yeah, there's a promo out there that's got most of them, and they're bad. Some of them are good, and I just try to make them. I didn't want to do it. I just want to read them like they were, and
Right, yeah.
and it's audio only, like I said, so you don't see my facial expressions. But if you watch some of this, you see my facial expression, the way I do things, and then you can catch, and then you'll get it if you go back to the audio only ones. But being a originally radio guy, that's why the original part of the podcast was just to stick to audio, just for that radio thing, with a nice open, a nice close, and an hour right on the nose.
Right.
Right on the nose of an hour. So when it's just me, it's only an hour. But there are a few that I did that were only 30 minutes.
So Huck, I was trying to remember how far back that I actually started watching the podcast. And I don't remember, like, you're fairly recent watching them, right?
They popped into my YouTube recommends. It was either November or December. I think it was mid-December of last year.
Yeah, because I was trying to remember how far back I went with them. It's been I think from almost the very beginning, I would like to say, but time has no meaning. I couldn't really put my finger on it. It's just that
the way that
the way that we hooked up,
the roast.
I'm just surprised it didn't start sooner, but I think it had to do with you came in after I had already started following them.
Oh yeah, I was late. Yeah, it's only been a few months, because I caught him in it. I think I'd been watching for about a month before the roast.
Right, yeah. Because I'm going, here's a new guy, and I like reading your comments, right, in the chats, and it's like, okay, here's somebody I can bounce off of. Because I was getting a lot of your references and stuff, and the only thing I find frustrating with the chat is it's not real time. Like, by the time they get to read it, they read it and they don't know what the fuck we're talking about, right?
That's
because the reference is already gone, right?
That's why I don't do it with that. That's why we're live, but it's also private.
Yes.
So it's not. I make it public afterwards, because I don't want that, because I can't. It's so tough. Yeah,
I don't.
Like
they do a really good job with it going, but
Paul does a very good job, but he's also doing it 3 days a week, 2 to 3 days a week for so long. You get good at it.
Yeah, I don't know if I could focus on the chat and still keep my train of thought. And it's like you say, it's like, what was I saying? Like, I'm too busy reading the chat, and sometimes the chat has nothing to do with what they're talking about either.
Yeah, because
they go on their own tangents.
Else. Yep.
Yeah.
It's tough.
And then that'll bring something up for somebody else to add into, and then everybody goes, oh, like Danny will catch it. So the chat is going a totally different direction. And I'm just fucking laughing. I'm going, this is, especially the chill ones.
And I watch a lot of podcasts, but that's the only one where I pay attention to the chat. Like, I watch Jimmy Dore. I watch every Jimmy Dore live. I have the chat closed. I don't even want to see it, because there's a lot more, so it moves a lot faster, and it just fucks with your eyes.
Exactly.
But also, I pull it up on the big screen, so you don't see it anyway. All the other shows, and a lot of the other podcasts I watch, they don't even do it. They don't even have chat.
Same here. I've noticed that too. There's only another one that does it, and I've become friends with some on other ones also, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the live chat thing, that's a whole other.
Yeah, it was
that's
tough.
A different animal.
Yeah, when I sat in for Beckham there.
Yeah, you did a good job too.
It was.
I enjoyed that.
I tried not to. It was a lot of fucking fun.
Mm-hmm.
But
it looked like it.
I tried not to. I tried to keep my eyes, on Danny and Paul, and not look over at the chat, because I was like, and it kept rolling, and I'm like, man, how do you? And then there's a point in there where I remember going, Dude, how do you keep up? How do you do that? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. It's tough. But
Yeah, I don't think I could do it. If I did like you did, like fill in on any,
you
I
could do
don't
it.
think I could.
Oh, you.
I
Oh,
don't.
dude.
I don't
Oh,
know.
it would be a special kind of funny if you did. Use the Herbie thing for a bit, and yeah, you would. Yeah, you could. You can talk.
Would be one. I think I would have to do one or the other. It's either pay attention to what we're talking about, or my job with Herbie would be just to follow the chat.
You could do it. Break it up. Yeah. Okay. It's Herbie's time.
You know what I mean? I'm just
for
sticking with the
just
chat.
for-
I can still hear what you're saying, but I'm not going to pay that much attention. I'm going to address the chat room. But then you'd have two shows happening, right? And it's like, turn off the video. We want to talk to the guy with the dummy.
You know what's funny? Stay right there. Wait. Sit.
Yeah.
Move your head forward just a little bit. Wait. No, back a little bit. Just a bit. Wait. Now, right there. Look to your left. Don't move your head. But does that look like a fucking mushroom on your shoulder?
Yeah.
It looks like a mushy on your shoulder, the way that you've got that window, the way the crossing is done just from the angle cut off. It looks like a mushroom. I love it. Hey, Lisa, what do you think of that fucking mushroom shot there? Thank you. That was one. So yeah, that was my next. Oh, speaking. So we're talking about the podcast. That's why Randy's wearing a fez, because there's a running joke on the podcast about Paul having a shrine because he's got a bunch of books behind him and he's got a Manson poster and guitars and and he still hasn't put the fucking Crisco. You know how personal I'm taking that?
I would
that
too.
personal. That's rude. Very
how
rude.
many comments do you put Crisco and
Everybody knows
Nothing.
the bit. Everybody knows the bit. There should be a can of Crisco over his shoulder on that shelf.
all I hear is crickets from that?
He's with the Crisco thing. He's being one of those diva hosts who's not taking not taking the advice of a partial producer.
And also in some of the Photoshop pictures, he's only shown the one with the fez and the Book of the Dead that he's holding. Like, I think maybe once or twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
He'll show the other ones that I've done more often, but he doesn't show that one.
I'm going to show your Photoshop stuff right now. But that's why Randy's wearing the fez. Because
that's right.
One of the running jokes with Paul is nice shrine, and then he'll go, "It's not a shrine.
It's not a shrine," which makes it scream shrine.
It's not a cult.
It's a cult.
So since Randy has been one of the other things that I used to promote my podcast about is no commercials. But we're an hour 43 minutes in, and about 45 minutes of this has been a fucking commercial for the fucking podcast.
Well, that's how we met.
Which is cool because they're our buds. But they're not going to be our bud. Paul, put that fucking Crisco up there, man. Don't make me fucking send it. I'm over here. You're in Canada. Oh, that was the other thing with the painter stuff I wanted to go back to. When I was doing this, because it had been a few years since I had to do as much work as I had to this fucking house. Well, I had a drywall guy, but he didn't do everything. So there was some drywall that I had to do before painting, before doing the finished work.
Yeah.
Anyway, at the time, I was watching, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's fucking great. And he taught me one cool thing, and that I'm going to reteach. You look it up. Vancouver Carpenter on YouTube.
Vancouver Carpenter?
Yeah. Dude is great. He taught me a thing where he made this one video that he thought was a joke. It was supposed to be funny because he had been told by somebody, and he's doing this for years, right? He'd been told by someone, or he'd heard this thing that he'd never done before about using dryer sheets for little little holes of mud, little, like, you got a run of fucking giant holes instead of that made it a little stronger or whatever. But he had one that was in a bathroom. The hole was about this big. Oh yeah, that's what I squeezed out of.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Glory hole.
I didn't even bother.
Like and subscribe.
I didn't even bother with the Lisa drop.
Like and subscribe.
I think everybody they heard it. I didn't even have to hit play. They heard the in that dead space. I love you, Lisa. Anyway, there's going to be one whip where Lisa, we're going to do this thing where she'll be on video for a little bit, but we're going to do it to where she's just basically like an audience. She's that you can only hear her, no video, just like I have an audience and just to hear just the. It's going to be so much fun. That's going to be a really fun one. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about?
Dryer sheet in the hole.
Right. So he made this video, this quick one. I think it's only like 12, like a 12-minute one. He started to make the video as a joke, and he goes back after he did it. He fucking boom, what the fuck? And he starts pounding on it. You're like, holy shit, this shit actually works. And then he went and he did it in another spot. And he's like, yeah, do it. So there's a couple of spots in this house that have that.
Oh, dryer sheet.
Yeah, where spots where. Like the drywall guy didn't do.
Yeah.
It should have been done. Oh well, this what you see here.
Yeah.
Drywall guy was here. What happened? What used to be here? Now it's just the same, except for the chair rail and then different color. Well, for the longest time there was something there. There was actual wood there. And then there was more wood put on top of it.
Oh man.
So stupid me. Didn't rip that out first, even though I knew I was going to rip it out. I didn't rip that out until after the drywall guy had done most of everything else.
Right.
So when I ripped it out, I had to do some of the drywall. And it wasn't much. Like I said, I had that little spot there where that leak was, which wasn't completely fixed because they had 2 fucking walls covering it. There's only one little spot at the bottom. Oh, so fucking bad, dude. Anyway, I keep forgetting what the hell I'm talking about. Drywall?
Yeah, the dryer sheet.
Oh, the dryer sheet. So, and then there was a couple other spots. There was a spot at the end of the hallway, literally at the end of the hall, that little small wall. We had a dog here. We had a couple of dogs we were watching. My stepdad's boss, or the guy that he was working with. We were watching their dogs. One of the dogs had a ball, and it was a golden retriever mix. Anyway, fucking greatest fucking dog. Anyway, right here, right behind me, we're playing and whatever. Dog gets that fucking ball stuck in its throat, and it can't get it out. So Tracy, my stepbrother, and I hold it. Okay, you hold the top. Hold the top of her mouth so I get in. I'll get in there. So I got my left on the bottom of her jaw, holding it down. He's holding up. Don't let her bite me. Don't let him bite me. And I get in there, I pull the ball out. Just as I've got the ball out, I kind of do one of these to like toss it to the side, but my fingers aren't completely out of her jaw way. He lets go.
Oh, fuck.
Right on my fucking thumb. I'm like, oh my God. And I know the dog didn't mean it. It wasn't hurt. But I'm pissed. I got to hurt something.
Yeah.
I walked all the way. I walked down to the end of the hallway. And just fucking put my foot up and just right in toward not the middle, but towards the bottom of the middle, just put my fucking foot right through it. And then I don't know what the gig was I had to do to pay that off for the guy to come in to drive. But anyway, all these years later, come to find out his work was actual shit. I paid for shit. I literally had to fix it again myself. And because there was so much crack, so I redid it with mud and everything, and I did a good job, and then I painted it. Fucking cracks were still there. Like, motherfucker. I've done this twice. What the fuck is going on? So I whipped out the fucking dryer sheets. You don't see any cracks.
And it smells nice. It's a win-win.
And one of the things you're supposed to do is use old ones that have because you don't use them a couple of times,
they've been
2-3
through.
times.
Yeah.
Use those kind, but still wash them out. But if you need to use a brand new one, just wash out the crap, wash out the soapy, all that stuff. Just wash it out, and you don't have to let it dry because it's going to get wet with the mud anyway.
Yeah, I
Dude,
usually would
dude,
just put
It's fucking brilliant.
crumpled paper in, and the fiber tape, right?
It's way better because you didn't have to, because the fiber, it's thinner, just as
Yeah,
strong. It's
you're not
thinner,
going to get
so
the.
you don't have a hump.
Yeah,
You'll
exactly.
have, and you want to feather it out anyway into a bigger thing, but you'll have a flatter, nicer surface because
That's
it's so
only if
thin.
you care. I didn't care.
Right.
So.
I do. I'm very meticulous. I
I
gotta fix a whole bunch here where I'd already done it, and then come to find out because of the chimney that's still there, of course, there's a fucking leak. So up at the top
Right.
of that trim up here, from the corner to this
Yeah.
way for a bit, I gotta fix a whole bunch. I gotta tear out the caulking, and after they fix the thing, because just wait until after the winter, they'll come back, they'll fix that,
Well-
and then I have to do a little more drywall and shit.
Just fly me in, Herbie, and I will do it.
Yeah, I'm after July. I would need you because after July is when I'm having my right arm done, and I won't have a right arm for months. For a couple of months.
I'm not wiping your ass.
Dude.
That's
well,
extra dryer sheet.
I thought that was what the beard was for.
Oh, wah, wah.
So, and then also with the Vancouver Carpenter, that's where I learned the California patch. Do you know the California patch?
I think I dated her.
Um,
So, no, I don't know the California patch.
What you do is, if you've got a decent, a decent size hole to where you don't want to use all that, do what we just talked about. You got a
Right.
pretty big hole, but you don't want to do with all the screws because normally what you do is you have to put another base on it and fit it in there and then screw it in. If you want to avoid all that, what you do is you take a chunk of drywall, clean drywall, and you measure it out to that spot, but you want it like 2 to 3 inches bigger on each side. If you cut it out to where it's a square, so it's nice and clean square.
Yeah.
And then you measure it out to where you have a piece of drywall that's got about another 2 inches, 2 to 2.5 inches all the way around extra. And then you fit that, you flip it over, you flip it, and you fit the square in. But when you cut it out, you cut around, but you leave the drywall that fits, but you cut out to where, and then you peel off the drywall, but you leave the tape. You leave that.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you keep that part, and you just peel it really easy, so you don't tear the paper.
Yeah.
Mud all around that square. And the paper, and not totally on the paper. You don't have to, a little bit of mud on the outside of the hole. Mud all around on the inside of that square. Stuff it in there. More mud, and then keep going until it's nice and even or whatever, first coat. And then, a couple more times you do it. Dude, there's none of the screwing, none of the bullshit. You're doing the same amount of
that's a
coats,
good
but
idea.
you don't have to, no screws, no. Holy shit, I was watching that video going, California patch, why the fuck have I never known this? And I watched him do it. I watched a bunch of them, and then I went through California patch paint, and then watched a whole bunch of people do it, their own versions of it. I'm like, fucking hey! There's a spot right here where there used to be a thermostat on the wall. That's how I covered that hole with the thermostat when I cut that out and undid the
California
electrical to it
patch.
because we don't have it. Yeah, little California fucking bam. You
Talking
can't even.
about-
Nobody could tell.
There's so many
love it.
rabbit holes on YouTube for that kind of stuff. It takes you to another one, takes you another one, takes you another one, takes you another one.
It's the
and you're
beauty
going,
of
holy
yeah.
shit.
That's the good side of that YouTube sword, because everything's got the two-sided, bad and the good. But that really good stuff, yeah, you can learn how to do so much stuff
Exactly.
on your own.
I fixed my dryer from YouTube.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of stuff thanks to YouTube. My before YouTube, it was a fucking chat room. My Ford Ranger, for some reason, I've got it in 95, brand new. It was somewhere around 01, and I was in Florida. It was somewhere around in 01 where all of a sudden when I got in, turned it over, went to go somewhere, you know, you had the little dong and the light would the
Yeah.
dome light would stay on for 10 seconds. It got to a point where all of a sudden there was a point where it wouldn't fucking stop. Nothing I could do, and then I go and I check the fuse thing, but I pull that fuse when I find the fuse that works for that. It's the same fuse for the fucking odometer.
Oh.
It's this, and it was also the same fuse for the was it the headlights or the blinkers? I don't remember, but it was like, oh, I can't fucking do that. So I went in, I busted the fucking dome without checking the internet. Like I said, this is 01, 02. At this point, it's 02. Come to find out, it would happen when it was really hot.
Huh.
When it was really hot, there was something with the heat. I don't know. Anyway, I break the fucking dome light to where I can't even end up not even fixing it. In trying to find some kind of wire wherever it connects, you know, this whole thing, and couldn't find that. And then finally I went, wait, let me just go type it in. And I typed in something, Ford Ranger 95, dome light and bell or whatever. I find this, I don't know if it was Reddit. No, probably wasn't Reddit yet. But there was some some kind of thread where I found all these people saying this. Oh, well, I found out I had that too. And I just sprayed WD-40 in the door latch, and it went away.
What the fuck?
I went, that sounds stupid. I kept going, oh, he says it too. Oh, she said it. Oh, he said the same. They're all saying the same thing at work. Fuck this. I fucking ran out to the fucking garage, grabbed WD-40, fucking sprayed that
What,
shit.
not Crisco?
No. Synchronicities. Synchronicity.
That's some greasy shit.
And it's usually associated with fisting, so you say the word shit loosely.
Oh.
Wait. Hi, Lisa. Anyway, so...
I got a hankering for some cream corn right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's the color of this sweater. I don't know.
Promo. So, back to the shrine thing. That's why... That's why Randy... Oh, and as we're saying this, all this shit, it's 10:40, so the podcast has been on for 40 minutes live.
Who?
We're missing it, yeah.
Who?
Shrine. Nice shrine.
They'll leave it up.
Yeah, of course. But we're not, they're going to miss us not being in that chat.
Damn well they will.
But they're going over they're going over a bit with the Manson file.
Oh,
Nicholas
that's right. Yeah. Well,
and,
I mean, they're still talking about other shit right now anyways, before they even get into the meat of it.
But speaking of that, though, Nicholas is hopefully going to be on here someday soon.
Really?
After them. If he says...
No, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do it before them. They get first dibs. They've been into this. They've been doing their thing far too long. Even though
scoop them, Wayne. Scoop them.
Even though I knew who Nicholas was before all of them. I told them the story about when I first found Nicholas on YouTube. Speaking of the rabbit hole, I was doing some going through some Manson shit, and all of a sudden, one of the second Midnight Rider with Nicholas popped up. I listened to it, and luckily I was like, oh fuck, I need more. And luckily, I found the first one he had done with Midnight Rider. So I went. So anyway.
Well, I remember.
And that's how I lost a lot of people. That's how I got a lot of people to unfollow me on Facebook.
Because of that?
Not talk to me. Yeah, because I started posting about Manson stuff, and I posted about how I wrote him a letter. And there's somebody...
No, I got some of that. Okay, you know that picture that he just did, that he posted on Instagram about Dennis did that poster for him, and he just dropped that yesterday.
The Manson group thing. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I posted it.
I shared it on Instagram, and I shared it. I think I shared it on Facebook. Anyways, and one of my nephews said, you know, what? I want to join a cult, right? I mean, they've been going through this with me since, the 70s, ever since the Helter Skelter movie came out. And when I read the book, like they're younger than me, but they know I've been following true crime my whole life, and they
So
still.
when it comes to the Manson thing, when was it that you started? When was it that you started off breaking off of the Bugliosi narrative bullshit? When was that? When you went, wait a minute,
After I read Helter Skelter, after I saw the movie, the TV movie,
right?
right?
With
Steve Railsback.
thank you, nice,
Yeah. So, because we watched it as a family, like
right?
I was a teenager, and it's like, he did an awesome job in it, but
For
the whole
what? Yeah,
story and the
for
way
his
that they
direction.
played it, and I'm going, the whole thing just didn't make that much sense to me in the first place. This whole race war thing, it just didn't ring true, even though that stuff was going on at the time. It just was I couldn't comprehend it. So when I read the book, it didn't sit right. So then I started buying all these other books and
And
stuff, and
when
then
was it? You said so. This is the late '70s, mid late '70s.
yeah, mid late 70s, and then all these other books came out after, and then I started finding earlier pressings of books around the same time of Helter Skelter and used bookstores that I have, like California crime stories and all kinds, Maury Terry stuff, the Ultimate Evil were tied in with Son of Sam and all that stuff. I'm going, it was a fascinating read, but even before, the internet and all that other stuff, when you read something, you took it for face value. You assume, but some of those connections didn't make sense. I go, it's kind of like a stretch. It's only since the internet that I started watching I would watch all the interviews, like, the Geraldo interview and the Diane Sawyer interviews with Manson and all their interviews. I'd watch it, and still doesn't really tell you much. You got to be into it for so much before you can really understand what he's talking about, because you got to decipher it, right? It's all metaphors. To the layman, it's like, yeah, look at him. He's a whack job. But actually what he's saying, if he can piece it together, isn't really that crazy. He's telling you, but he's not. So it's up to you what you want to do. But
He's way more Martin Luther King Jr. than he is Hitler.
Yes.
Which is what he gets the group that he gets put into. Hitler,
yeah,
all the bad
my son
names.
today asked me about it because I got into a thing with a guy on Synchronicity again. I follow an Alice Cooper site. It's dedicated to Glenn Buxton, who was one of their original guitar players who passed away in '95. Someone posted a picture of them when they lived as a band in Topanga Canyon. And I just put the question, I said, I wonder if they ever ran into any of them at the Topanga Corral, the general store, because they did been known to go up there before they moved to Spawn, right? I could be wrong in that, but I've read it somewhere, I heard it somewhere. Boy, did everybody jump on me for that. Oh yeah, that was, the murders weren't until '69, so they weren't even famous in '68. And what are the odds? Chatsworth's over here. This is, Topanga Canyon. There's no way their paths could have crossed. Yeah, why are you bringing that up? Blah 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 blah. So I keep going back, and I said they were known to go to Topanga Canyon. They've been seen there. They knew a lot of people in Topanga Canyon.
Manson used to hang out with him.
Yeah, I didn't even mention Morrison. I'm just saying, it's like, okay, Alice Cooper knew Morrison. I mean, that's come on, it was a tight community, right? All these musicians, Laurel Canyon, Topanga Canyon, right?
And the Corral was kind of like the Viper Room of today.
Pretty much.
Or out of
the GTOs,
and
right?
And that's what the song Roadhouse Blues is based on.
Right. So then finally, when I got home, oh yeah, and I was telling my son this. I remember an Alice Cooper interview on a Canadian TV show, And he talked about that. And I was at work though, right? So I couldn't send the link. I took a screen grab of the video and I sent it. I'll do that to people because they hit it. They think it's a link. It's not. It's a fucking screenshot, right? They go, hey, this doesn't work. Hey, this is a screenshot. I go, yeah. Don't be so fucking lazy. I didn't swear, but I said, don't be so lazy. I'm at work. Look for it, right? So then I got home and I actually listened to the video and I did a clip, right? Of him talking about how they would see them all the time. Almost every day was his quote. He always wondered what it would be like if they invited one of them up there. He said it changed the whole mood. They bought guns. And then the host said, well, it's pretty scary if Alice Cooper Group is afraid of the Grateful Dead. And he said, yeah, it changed the whole complexion of everything, right? So I sent that to that thread that was ongoing. And then some other people said, well, there you go. He just proved it, right? So the actual author of that thread didn't acknowledge it at all. So I told my son that because he always asks, what am I doing? Like, what is this case and stuff? And I never really told him about it. Today I told him about it because I was going to do this. He's seen all the Photoshops and he gets a kick out of my Photoshop stuff I've done for the family anyways. Not the family, but our family. And so I gave him just quickly what happened. And certain people were led to believe this is why. And we're finding out all these years later that no. So I said, it's a mystery. That's why we're still talking about it almost 53 years later, right?
With so many mycelium network offshoots in the story.
Yeah.
Where, we're just, you can spend how long just talking about Horn Avenue. And then
Exactly. There's so many different things. One new thing pops up and there could be 6 things attached to that.
Right.
Right. And it just never ends, which I find is intriguing. If there is a heaven, my idea of heaven is you get to find out who did all this fucking shit. Okay. Was Oswald...
You get to see the video. You get to see the video of
You get to
Manson
be
going
there.
back. Yeah,
You
and seeing
get to
who was
be
actually
there.
there. Yes. Like an ayahuasca trip, but you're invisible.
Yes. Exactly. Right? Okay, you're in the book depository in that window. What the fuck went down?
Well,
you're
can
behind
do that
the
right
picket
now.
fence.
Well, actually, you can do that right now because they have it. They have it all set up like the.
Oh yeah, the sniper's nest.
And yeah, they have it all set up just like it is, like it was.
Yeah.
Because
they got a live
and it's
cam
perfect.
there.
And it's perfect because Oswald's not in it.
Yeah.
That's a Bill Hicks joke.
That's a good joke.
There's
50th
no fucking
anniversary.
Because they have it all blocked off, so you can't get to the window and go. There's no fucking way.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no fucking way.
But they have
Look up
they
Bill
have
Hicks
a live
JFK.
cam set up in there.
Yeah, now they do. Yeah.
But I watched
when Bill was doing that joke. There was no cam in there. That was back in that was the early '90s.
I was painting my kitchen on the 50th anniversary of his assassination.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it on.
And you heard it on the radio from Steve Stansel.
Yeah. But it was weird because when my brother lived in Dallas, we went to a visit and we went to Dealey Plaza. And that's when I did my very first dark humor joke. My dad said, that's where President Kennedy was shot, right there. Or no, I said that. And he goes, how do you know? I said, the blood's still there. And he covered my mouth because there were other tourists there. And, Americans didn't take kindly to that joke. Don't say that. Jeez.
I've been to Dallas, but I didn't go to Dealey Plaza. I don't remember. I don't think we did. My former in-laws for a while lived outside Dallas Fort Worth. And that one was cool about that once. Classmates.com had started, Right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And I was on there, so I could talk to, this is before, you could really find people. And I remember paying the $20 once just for a month, just so I could email a couple of people that I saw on there, and there was only like 10. And one of them, as I'm talking to him, as we emailed something, he remember him, he had said he was in Texas, because I was on there for a couple of years, and I'd only checked it every once in a great while. But I remember him saying he was in Texas working at a restaurant or whatever. And then we were going to see my in-laws for a week or so. And it was my mother-in-law's birthday, I believe, that weekend, or that week. And I was like, so what is it? I'm going to be coming into to outside Dallas. I think we were in Flower Mound is where they lived. And said, I'm going to be coming in there. What restaurant is it that you manage, dude? And he told me. I still can't remember. I asked Beckham once, and I can't remember what it is. But anyway, I had no idea how nice it was. So I get there. We get to Texas, and I told my father-in-law, because he was a huge baseball fan. This dude we got along really well when it came to sports, baseball. He used to thank me all the time for getting my stepson into sports, because he wouldn't do it, and then until I came along, and then I made him a Marlin fan, and then he became a Yankee fan, and all. My father-in-law, I can't tell you, I'm out of his mouth, one of the things that he said the most to me was, and it must have had to have been more than 10 times through the years, Wayne, I just can't thank you enough for getting Cole into baseball.
Yeah, that's cool.
It always gave me little chills. I was like, dude, we just sat there, and he started watching, and he liked how I got into it, and it was great, because it used to be when I first started seeing his mom, and I'd be over there, and he'd be watching cartoons, like, dude, there's a Marlin game on, baseball. No.
Yeah, yeah.
No, okay. A couple of times after that, I'm like, and then there was once where he went to the bathroom, and I went ahead and stuck the game on, like, oh my, and luckily something, I don't remember what it was, a home run or something big happened as he came out of the bathroom, and he came back to the TV, and he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, look at that, oh shit, and they're showing shots, the crowd's like, he's like, what happened? And, dude, it might have been a grand slam, or I don't know what it was, but it was something big. And and they kind of, okay, and then we watched it for a couple more minutes. He's like, okay, I'm back to the cartoons. Okay. And then after, like, maybe a couple of times after that, I come over. I knock on the door. Instead of her answering the door, he answers the door, and he answers, wait, Marlins are up 3-1.
Wow.
Holy shit.
That's cool.
It was fucking great. But the worst part was, I was a Red Sox fan, of course, from growing up in New England, for the most part. And he didn't, for some reason, he was like, no, I like the Yankees. So there was one time it was painful. It was painful. But I had to buy I bought him a Derek Jeter jersey.
Oh, that's nice.
It was a nice thing to do, but it was a really painful thing to do.
That'd be like me having to buy someone a Maple Leaf jersey, because I'm a Detroit Red Wing fan. It would kill me. Today was opening day for the Tigers.
Yep. Yeah, I saw some stuff, but I was tied up with it.
They always have the shitty day. It was fucking shitty. It's still cold and rainy here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was a nice thing that your father-in-law said to you.
Oh, I haven't even finished that story. Yeah, that was cool. I swear to God.
Better than what my late father-in-law said to me. He said, Sunday, or more than once, probably more than 10 times, someday you're going to hell.
Why would he say that?
That's why it says Hellbound on the side of my van.
Hellbound, that's a Junkyard song.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Well, that's Hollywood, but that's the Hollywood logo. But yeah, Hellbound.
Synchronicity.
That's what I'm saying, homeboy. So I tell my father-in-law when we were in Texas, I'm like, so a buddy of mine from high school is the manager of so-and-so restaurant. And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, why? What about it? He's like, and turns out it's a place where the fucking cowboys hung out. Many cowboys hung out. Many Rangers hung out. Texas Rangers.
I ate there lots when I was playing.
Man, it was like what- but it was like, holy shit, really? He's talking about like this place is really nice, and I thought it was like the way that Jeff had talked about it. He didn't talk about it that big.
Like
I just did- I did-
Applebee's or something.
Yeah, right. I thought it was just something, just a better Applebee's or a better Bennigan's.
House of Pancakes.
It turns out, no, dude, they had this one section, this really nice bar, and apparently the cowboy cheerleaders were always there, like twice a week for events, which brought in a lot of people. But the clientele was basically, but a sports bar version of the Texas titty bars, which are supposed to be like the nicest in the country,
Really?
Apparently, yeah, that's what I've always heard. Although Tennessee was pretty cool to me when I learned my next door neighbor was getting married, and he had a little bachelor party thing. Nothing really big, but he invited me with I think it was three friends of his, and we're going to go to this titty bar. And I hadn't been to a strip club in Nashville yet. I hadn't even been there a year yet, I don't think. It's like, so yeah, we're gonna go eat here, in town here, and then we're gonna go into Nashville and go to this strip club. Like, okay, so we go and eat, and then we stop at not a 7-Eleven, but something like a 7-Eleven. Like, what do we got? What are we getting gas? What's going on? No, we're getting beer. Like, I thought we were going to a strip club. Yeah, we are. I'm confused, brother. I don't know what's happening. It's like, oh, this strip club, you bring your own beer. Get the fuck out of here, seriously? It's like, yeah, you just go at the door, you can bring in a cooler, and you just tell them there's 20 beers in there. They want $1 a beer. You give it to the doorman along with the cover charge, and you take your cooler over to your table.
Wow, I never heard of that before.
Yeah, and I'm like, wait, so we don't have to worry about waitresses, so when it's time for another beer, I can just reach down to my feet? Yeah, while I'm looking at titties? Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
I don't remember leaving.
No, yeah.
I don't remember leaving, Holmes. I know I didn't do anything bad. I know that. That would stick. But yeah, I don't remember. I kind of remember, it's blurry. I don't remember. It was just like, this is fucking silly. I don't have to worry about a waitress and tipping and all that shit. But because of that, and I was one that I didn't do a lot of strip club stuff, but I was one that got to the point where as often as I did do it, which wasn't much, I'm like, I can't, I just don't want to tip the ones that aren't really doing anything, that just do this.
Yeah.
If a lady has an act, she's worked out, and it goes with the music, and it's something cool, there's some dynamic, there's something to it, there's, what you're supposed to be doing, fuck, I'll be tucking $1 all goddamn night.
Yeah.
I don't care what she looks like. If there's a fucking thing to it, But always, in the ones that I did hang out, it was never those girls on the stage that caught my eye. It's always one of the cocktail waitresses. Like,
yeah, because she's got clothes on.
Fuck. Not much, but they're always the cutest. And, and I've always had a thing for waitresses. I've had many of my partners have been waitresses or I had a girlfriend for a few years who was a nail tech. Was some of the greatest. She was so cool. And I wouldn't care. She loved doing nails so much, dude.
Yeah.
We'd be at home Friday night, just watching a movie. And she'd be like, everything's great. We're all nice and comfy. Like, you want a pedicure? I'm like, sweetie, no, I'm good. We're just watching a movie. I'm fine. Yeah, I want to give you a pedicure. All right.
Yeah.
Friday night, I'm fucking drinking wine. I got my chick at my feet giving me a fucking pedicure while I'm watching the movie True Romance.
Yeah.
I'm like, I am Clarence Worley.
Yeah. It's good to be king.
Fucking A. And she was so cool. She was so cool. And she looked to give you to me anyway, to give you and give everybody a visual look.
Or what she looked like?
Yeah, to me, she looked like Kate Winslet. And it
Oh,
was,
she's cute.
yeah, younger Kate Winslet, a little more baby fat.
I was expecting Shrek, but hey, that's the way my mind works.
Speaking of Mike Myers, party on, Wayne.
Yeah, party on, way.
See, it's all connected. It's all mycelium.
Another
You gonna-
Canadian too.
Yep. Fucking A, bro. All right, let's get into Randy's Photoshop. See if I can do this right. Sharing the screen. You got to let me know, brother.
All right.
Whether I'm doing this right. So just tell me what
I've
you
seen
see.
him before, so it don't matter to me.
No, I mean,
All I see is smoke. I don't know what's going on there.
I mean on the screen if I'm doing everything right here.
Oh, okay.
Share screen. Select Randall Photoshop. Allow. So you see it?
Yep, that's the Some Girls album I did for Paul because he's such a Stones fan. He's in one of the.
And you've got that Keith. What's that Keith Richards thing behind you, by the way?
Oh, that's it's a window that I painted that on.
That's cool.
Yeah, I airbrush that. I reclaim old windows and I paint them.
His heroin dealer in the late '60s.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Was the same dealer that killed. Was the same dealer that
Morrison,
whose stuff killed him. The Count, who nobody talks about.
Who hung around with Pamela and Marianne Faithfull.
That's why Pam was a junkie. When Pam and Jim were not together, Pam was with the Count usually.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things they fought over. They fought over what him and all the girls that fell all over him, which most of the time he couldn't even fuck them because he was too drunk.
Right.
Or too much coke. So he had, whiskey coke dick. He got nothing. But he did lick his lips a lot. So he's probably pretty good at oral. But we're going to find out I think we're going to find out some
like and subscribe.
We're going to find out some bisexual stuff, I think, with the Manson file, the revised thing.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty wild.
But the heroin that killed Morrison, the way I think went down in Nicholas Schreck, I think we fall in line with this, is where basically it was like Pulp Fiction, where Jim was hammered, and there was China White was going around, and it was really strong shit, and a lot of people OD'd on it. And Jim thought he was so drunk, it was like Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Thought he was doing a bump of coke, and instead he did a bump of really, really strong heroin with no tolerance because he didn't do junk.
Yeah.
And that's why he was in the tub. She called the Count. The Count came over to help get rid of all the drugs and to try to revive him. No Narcan, none of that shit at the time.
No.
That was hard. Anyway, that dealer, the Count, used to stay in Keith's mansion when the Stones were on fucking tour.
Where in London?
Yeah, in the UK.
So that would have been Redlands.
I guess I don't know that much about the Stones.
Oh, come on!
But I do know that part.
Yeah.
So what do we got here? Oh, there's Danny. Look at this. This is fucking funny as shit. This Paul.
And there's Paul. Yeah.
So fucking funny.
Yeah, I think it was Paul would do those early morning music.
That's right.
And I couldn't hear it because I have my ear protection on at work because, he's on the West Coast. It's 3 hours earlier, right? I'm already at work and I get the notification. I would just say, good morning, everyone. And I say, play some Stones. And I think he said, I hate Stones or something like that. So I did my own Photoshop. There I think that's one of the very first ones I did as a surprise for them. I put Danny with her Danny After Dark shirt. I was following her from the show on Instagram, and she had just got her Danny After Dark shirts done. So she did a lot of poses around where she lives outdoors, and one of them I figured I could just match up there with Jay. And I said,
For those that don't know the Manson story, that's Jay Sebring, who died at Cielo Drive, who, he was just a hairdresser who did this guy's hair, but he was also a drug dealer. But they leave that part out when they tell the official story.
right. And Beckham always swears that I photoshopped the bathing suit there, and I never touched that. I just put Danny in that picture.
You didn't touch his piece?
Nope. The man didn't need any enhancement.
And also, did you see Danny's? She put up some bloopers, some of her from her Danny After Dark thing on her Insta stories. Oh, it's so funny. Where she's doing her thing because she does like a, for people that have never seen Danny, to me it's like a take on Elvira,
Yeah, I
the
watched
Elvira
her
thing. It's kind of like
I
that.
watched her stories for sure, but I didn't see the blooper stuff.
Yeah, she just said, she did one where she was just doing her read and she's doing her thing and she's like, fuck. It was really cool because for a chick to do that and put up her own fuck ups and doing that stuff and, not taking herself seriously but still doing the posing.
Yeah.
It's brilliant to me.
No, that's good.
Let's see. What do you got here?
That's me with Manson
right.
at Spawn Ranch raid.
At the raid in August. Was it August of '69? Yeah, it was not too long after the murders, but then...
Right. I put my head on DiCarlo.
Yeah, that's fucking great. I love it. Fucking Charlie, fucking shoeless.
Yeah, some of the ones these are some of the ones that they never showed on the show because I threw some of these ones in with the ones that I did for them just for fun. Whether they used them or not didn't matter to me. Because I got to throw my head on something once in a while.
Yeah. Oh, that one's perfect. Fucking perfect. What's this one? This is Paul. Look.
Yeah.
Who is this girl again? Who is this chick?
I think that's Nancy Jo Davis was the sketch artist during the trial. Paul has a thing for her.
Love those hip hugger pants, man.
Yeah. See, that looks like a Dallas cheerleader, right?
Yeah, it does a bit.
So that was and there she is again.
And you put Paul on the thing.
Paul on the sketch pad, yeah.
Fucking commercial for the podcast.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Paul? That was perfect. Yeah. Speaking of Keith.
Yeah, exactly. That's another one along those lines of him saying he didn't like the Stones, right? And to me, that's sacrilege. Come on.
Dude,
and I remembered that shirt. Who the fuck is Mick Jagger? I said, okay, I'm going to put Paul Cast on that. And Danny ended up making that shirt for him for Christmas. He's got a shirt that says that.
Right.
Which to me is awesome. That's something I made. Someone made it for a gift. So
that's life. That's the truth. That's
how
it should be.
That's I got such a
and
kick
with our
out
technology
of that.
and with our technology, that's all everybody should be doing every fucking day and not worried about goddamn money. That's exactly how it should go.
Spread it, man.
And the disease too. There's Danny with the Black Sabbath. Yeah, good.
Because she did she has a dance group she belongs to, and they did a photo shoot of they were all wearing kind of like these druid kind of shrouds, right? And it made me think of that album cover. So I think this was around her birthday. I think I made this one, and it fit perfect.
That's great.
That made me think of that album, the one pose there. I said, okay, I'm going to take the chick out and I'm going to put her in.
It reminds me of a musician friend of mine, Elise Heron. She kind of looks like her in that pic. It looks like Elise. Elise is who taught me how to make the whip music at the beginning and the end of my open and my close music. I put that together in GarageBand. Elise showed me how to do it.
Awesome.
And then she has one of her albums. It's got a similar look to one of her albums that has a tree that's got that gothic sort of look to it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that apple orchard, that angry orchard that that stuff. That logo, it's kind of like that. But her shit, her album cover thing, she showed me. I remember she'd send me little things tweaking it as it was going. It was before that Angry Orchard shit came out. And then when the Angry Orchard, I go to the Studio City Tavern, Laurel Tavern. It was not far from my apartment. I go in there one night, and I'm sitting there at the bar, and the little, the coaster they throw it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's new Angry Orchard shit. And I went, this looks like my friend Elise's album cover.
Yeah, it got ripped off. Ahead of its time.
So, and then what do we got in this one?
That was
Paul
the Halloween one where I put Paul dressed up as DiCarlo.
In the strip with a bunch of the Satans, right? Straight Satans.
Yeah.
Now, for people that don't know the Manson story, they'll only know the Bugliosi narrative. The Satans almost never get mentioned. The Straight Satans Biker Club are one of the reasons why Charlie had to gather money, but not through murder, to pay them off, because they were extorting him for knowledge on things that there was no murder having anything to do with murder until Hinman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but that was just because he used the sword to scare him. But he didn't know that Bobby Beausoleil was going to kill him. So, and then there was other stuff. So that's great. So that look of Paul with no smile.
I know that you posted that because that was his. That was going to be his Halloween thing. So I go, okay, I know what I can do with that.
Oh, that's right. He shaved his beard to look like Danny. Yeah,
and
Danny DiCarlo.
Yeah, and he put the cut on his nose because in that raid he got beat up a little bit.
Yeah, he took something to the face.
Yeah.
Probably to make it look like he wasn't the rat.
Well, that was the whole thing. I mean, it's like everybody else has handcuffs behind. DiCarlo has them in front.
Yeah.
And urban legend is that's because you're a rat. Right. They don't do that behind. But whether that's true or not, I don't know.
I don't know either. But I don't. But he was not. Yeah. He was not cool overall. No. And then the young Frankenstein, he threw Danny in there.
Yeah, instead of Marty Feldman.
Fucking funny as shit. That's so funny, dude. And this is all, and you know how much money that Randy gets for doing this for these guys? He does it for fun.
Yeah, that's right. And that's Beckham and his girlfriend, Joanna Pettit.
That's right.
Made Beckham's head a little bit bigger on purpose in that one, too.
That is fucking funny. I love that one.
And this is Mick wearing a Danny After Dark shirt.
Hilarious.
Some people are going, oh my God, how did he get one? Did you send one?
That's fucking funny.
Well, this is the Christmas one I did. Hey, Susie, throw another log on the fire.
Oh, you know what's funny about that? To me, it just hit me.
What's that?
Doesn't she die in Once Upon a Time by getting flamethrowed in the pool?
That's right, in the pool.
That's Susan. Supposed to be Susan Atkins that dies in the pool, right?
Yeah.
With the flamethrower, I wish I had sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now this is a little offshoot, not Manson, but Ted Bundy with Danny.
Yeah, with going along Danny's true crime stories. I think that's another crush she had with. Oh yeah, he never posted that either. These are the Christmas ones. Paul Cass, Hanukkah songs.
Oh, Paul is gonna hate us. I love it. It's so goddamn funny.
Wayne, when I'm down here in my room and I have a germ of an idea and then I search for images and I actually make them, I fucking laugh. And then when I go upstairs, my wife Tracy, she'll go, okay, what'd you make? And I show her, she goes, oh my God, you're going to send those? I go, yeah.
Oh, so funny.
She always asks me that. She's been asking me that for how many years? You're going to post those? I go, oh yeah. There's Danny, Jay Mansfield Christmas.
Oh, wow.
A lot of the ones I've done for friends over the years, they use them for Halloween or Christmas or Easter as their profile pics, right? There's Danny with
Bobby
Bummer
Bosilli,
Bobby. Yeah,
Cupid, who killed Hinman, who we just mentioned,
yeah.
just got denied for parole. He was in the original band Love. He was one of the guitar players.
Yeah.
And I believe, wasn't it that they named the band Love because of an offshoot of him having the nickname Cupid?
I didn't hear that before, but that would make sense.
I believe that. I might be wrong, but I'm not. I'm not spewing facts here. I think it's.
I'm
one of those
buying it.
things.
Must be right.
Is Paul and who?
That's Michelle Phillips.
Oh my God, that is an old. That's got to be what, 80?
That was
Mid 80s.
Oh no, that's 60s or
No.
yeah, that's when she was married briefly to Dennis Hopper for a couple of weeks.
Oh, that's Hopper. That Paul's face is over.
Yeah, that's Hopper's
Wow.
cowboy hat. That's me.
And who?
Just
Is that
a model. It's a movie promo for that or
almost looks
poster
like
for
Sophia.
the trip. Yeah.
Almost looks like Sophia Loren.
Yep. It was that movie, The Trip, with
Hopper,
Bruce
right?
Dern.
Bruce Dern.
Who else was in that? Peter Fonda. But I put, the podcast logo over my head and sideways beside the woman there.
That's hilarious.
And I'm just painting her body. So, there you go.
It's fucking awesome. Who the fuck is Paul Cast?
Bluto.
Oh, I love this.
He hates Fleetwood Mac, so I put him in Fleetwood Mac. And I didn't make him as Lindsay either.
In what's funny about that synchronicities, Whip 85, I had my buddy Brett Brock on, who's an artist. And that day that I had him on, he had done a Twitch stream where he drew a bunch of blood sport stuff. And one of at the top of the pic, at the top of all of the people that he put in the thing, it's Van Damme doing a split.
Yeah.
So over all the other shots, like there's another shot of Van Damme, giving a fucking punch into somebody. But anyway, it just looks like somebody would take that picture and draw the Mick Fleetwood balls from the cover.
Oh right, yeah.
The cover of is it Rumors? Where he's got his leg up, and then those balls are those
Quick, I'll check my vinyl. It's one of those.
Yeah, where
it's either the one right before Rumors or after.
He's got the ponytail, and he's got his one leg up on a chair, and I think Stevie.
Yeah, he's with Stevie on that one. Yeah, I think that is Rumors.
And there's like these actual balls hanging from like.
Yeah, they're wooden balls. He had them from the very beginning when Fleetwood Mac still had Peter Green in the band.
So yeah. Anyway, that's why that's a little.
Paul always seems so happy when he's in these pictures, eh? Yeah, that was for the roast.
That's right. Yeah, that's the early days of my being a what would it be? What was the word for radio person that called a chronic? I feel like a chronic sometimes in the chat room, just with all the jokes you try to throw out.
Well, I mean, I think you joined the chat before I did, like we're doing now, and then I came in later and I roasted him with Herbie. I said, "Hey, Paul, do you want one of those fanzines?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "No." It's like nobody was roasting. It was like they were just, everybody was kind of visiting. You were roasting them.
Yeah.
I came in the roast because that's one of my heroes there, Don Rickles. I mean, let's roast this guy.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are being way too nice to him.
Yeah, and he was fucking begging for it. I wrote most of my jokes like a week and a half beforehand, and I sent them to both of them just to make sure it was okay, because I didn't know how they were going to do it at the time. I thought the way I was hearing them talk about it before it was going to happen, that send your jokes to her, and they were going to read them on the air. I didn't know they were going to have people actually on like we're doing right now.
See, I didn't even know that much. I figured they
Right.
give, if you wanted to go on, you just go on, and like,
Right.
I don't have anything prepared. Story of my life. Like what?
That was my first roast that I ever wrote for.
Really?
Yeah.
That was good. I
It was-
enjoyed it.
Well, the smart thing that I did was I ripped off a Greg Giraldo joke
Well,
first, so
you can't go wrong with Greg.
I had a good start, but at least I didn't go saying that it was my joke.
No, you gave credit there. Oh yeah, there was
The
that
whole
was
thing with-
because of that tape that came out, that recording that came out about Al Lewis saying that he let Charlie Manson babysit for him.
yeah, and some of the girls, yeah, they babysat for him and
Yeah,
he got along
so
with them and stuff, yeah.
So that still actually was reading a magazine, Play Google. So I put the Life magazine on there.
Fucking great. Which is a takeoff of Lie, the album Lie, which they used
Right.
that picture of Lie.
Yeah. There we go.
The shrine thing.
Yay.
Yeah. They
My
stuck that on there.
Just look at my son.
Hilarious.
I'm old enough for him to be my son.
And now Beckham has this chair where, to me, yeah, it does have this look to where it looks like something's going to swallow him. But to me, it's on that left side where it looks like there's like somebody's gripping and a big hand is grabbing the chair because it's got that brown part.
Yeah,
It
they
looks
put
like somebody-
the picture up that they were referencing the Stingray thing, you know, so I just put them in with that. I had to go back and do a screenshot from one of the podcasts to get that. And he was doing that for some other reason. And as I was watching it, as they were doing it live, I go, fuck, I got to go back and get that.
Right.
And then that ended up being pretty good for that particular one.
Yeah, because people talk about Beckham's chair
Yeah.
that he sits
Which
in.
I never made the reference. That's another Danny After Dark one. Slender Man.
Fucking crazy.
Danny After Dark. In her hair.
Is that from
The Ring.
right?
So I was just kind of
With a couple of
having some fun with
Australians.
Halloween.
The two of the stars of that movie, Naomi Watts and Martin Henderson, are fucking Australians.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is
I
when
spent
all
some
that
time over there.
Hefner stuff started coming out, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so I went back and
I think this is one of the first ones I saw.
yeah,
That they put up when I first started watching.
What kind of man reads Playboy? I put Charlie in there.
It's so fucking funny. Oh, that's a good one. She loves that one, don't she?
Yeah, she sent me the original and she said, "Can you do this for me?" And I said, "Yeah, no problem."
Hey,
So I
I gotta ask the Whips for a second. Isn't it gonna be great when he does some of this shit for me? That is when it comes to cartoon stuff, man, that is some sexy shit. One of my when it comes to sexy cartoons, the first one I remember, I'll never forget it. A neighbor of mine, a girl that we were the same age. We ended up dating later on, but she showed me once when we were young. Her dad had Penthouse. And I remember looking through it, and I remember looking through the comics, because they have those little comics section. And it was
Right.
a cartoon. It was like this 3-page cartoon thing, like right out of like a comic.
Yeah.
And it was before the Dirty Pigs, or somewhere in the middle, somewhere in there. Anyway, and there was this one part it was about this dude, anyway, who got laid a lot. Anyway, he was in the middle of a threesome. And I remember this one thing where he's holding the girl up, and he's licking her. And then the little bubble says, "Tastes like mulligan stew."
What the fuck?
And I was
Really?
like, what the fuck does mulligan stew taste like?
And who the hell made it?
Yeah. And that reminds me. Let's look up mulligan stew on my phone while we're here. I gotta look it up. What's in mulligan stew?
And what's her
think,
name?
You would think it's Irish, right? It's an Irish meal.
Mulligan?
No,
that or
ra-
Scottish?
Yeah, no, not trying to sound racist, but
Well, that's my heritage. Irish and British.
you're a UK thing.
Yep.
Mulligan
There was a White's bar in a small town in England.
Mulligan stew. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm just.
Oh,
We
dude.
have a big. One of my cousins put together the whole White side of the family history going back to England, and my great grandparents owned a bar where there was an actual murder in that bar.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I go,
Did they witness it?
It happened in their bar, and the bar was closed after that. So that's all they could find out about it, but it was documented.
Dude.
So you got to watch out for the Whites.
Mulligan stew, also known as hobo stew, is a type of stew said to have been prepared by American hobos in camps in the early 1900s. Another variation of Mulligan stew is community stew, a stew put together, a lot of stews, right?
Yeah.
Hey Brian. Another Paul thing. He does a Stewie Hey Brian thing really well. Jesus Christ, fucking 3 hours of a fucking Paulcast commercial. A stew put together by several homeless people by combining whatever food they have or can collect. Community stews are often made at hobo jungles or at events designed to help homeless people. Ingredients. Mulligan is a stand-in term for any Irishman, and Mulligan stew is simply an Irish stew that includes meat, potatoes, vegetables, and whatever else can be begged, scavenged, found, or stolen. A local Appalachian variant is a burgoo, which may comprise such available ingredients as possum or squirrel. Fuck you.
Like Granny and the Beverly Hillbillies. Make some
Bazinga.
possum stew.
Only a pot and a fire are required. The hobo who put it together was known as the Mulligan Mixer. During the Great Depression, this is the last paragraph, homeless men, hobos, would sleep in a hobo jungle, a campsite used by the homeless near a railway. Traditionally, the jungle would have a large campfire and a pot into which each person would put in a portion of their food to create a shared dish that was hopefully more tasteful and varied than its original portion. Usually, they would afterward enjoy themselves with storytelling and sometimes the drinking of alcohol.
Got to make that stew go down.
Now, when it comes to Spawn Ranch and the way they did their food sort of thing, they kind of, it was sort of a Mulligan stew.
Yeah, they're dumpster diving, grabbing what they can get.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And you know my ET stuff. I'm the one that asked you to make this.
Yeah.
Right. I'm the one that screamed it in the chat. Dude,
Yep.
Jinx, make this.
Yep.
Oh. And that's the beginning of the Shriner thing where there was a Paul Bearer thing. Yeah, I screamed in the chat for you to do one thing, but you did this. And then the next time I went, do this, and then you did it. And that's the best one.
Yeah, you
That's
added
the title. Yeah, the text.
That was the only image I could find
That's
of
perfect.
two bears on a bike.
That has got to be on a t-shirt. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that was fun. I did a deep dive search for that.
And now the only thing that changed, like with the video you talked about that you made for your mom when she passed.
Yeah.
The way that you have some of the movements, the stop motion.
Yeah, stop motion. Yeah.
That's just the minimum allowed with the wheels. That's all I would want. And that would make that so cool.
It's like it would be hypnotizing.
Because we're here, might as well do this. Tell us. Wait. Here. Stop sharing. Right? Now we're back. You can see me?
Yeah.
All right. Time for you to tell the story again because I got to go make water.
Oh, jeez. Herbie, he's got to go again. Herbie, do you remember that Easter gig that we did downtown? I dressed as Jesus. Carrie, he dressed as Mary. And Mark and Jen were Roman soldiers. Remember I made that cross? And I had that crown of thorns for you, and I tied you to the cross above the stage. Do you remember that? And then an hour into our gig, there was a phone call to the bar from someone who had happened to walk by and saw that and wanted them to take you down. The only reason I'm remembering this story is that next weekend it's Easter. Do you remember that? I remember that like it was yesterday. We did take you down, and I think a couple of people put you on a chair, and they carried you around on that chair like it was a litter while we were playing Sympathy for the Devil, which I thought was funny for me, playing Sympathy for the Devil dressed as Jesus. But then again, I had more and longer hair then. But a little bit of reminiscing there. Don't want to give you any PTSD. He's back!
Man, the way I sit in this fucking chair gives me goddamn gas.
You'll enjoy that story. Herbie and I were just reminiscing there.
I can't wait.
Yeah. My older sister June gave me Herbie for a Christmas gift. And it's been the gift that keeps on giving. He's been
that's what it
everywhere
was?
with me.
So your sister gave him to you 50 years ago?
It'll be 51 years ago this Christmas.
Fuck.
So, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And I could show it. Well, in one of the pictures in my mom's film there, I was holding one of the cats. My mom was actually holding Herbie. My other sister, Sylvia, was behind me with one of the other cats and my dad. Herbie's in that picture, and I was about 13, 14 in that picture.
Have I seen that pic? I think
it's in the snapshots there.
Yeah.
Because I have all the family albums, and some of my nephews who are in their 40s now, Herbie's sitting with them when they were babies.
That's fucking funny.
So all the kids that's come into the family in the last 50 years get initiated with Herbie.
That's so fucking cool.
And it's only an old joke if you heard it before. So put Herbie in the crisper and tell the kid, hey, there's some treats in the crisper in the fridge. Go help yourself. Uncle Randy. I mean, he's great. Or we didn't, the last band I was in, we didn't have a drummer. We had a drum machine. And I would bring Herbie to different gigs, and I'd tell everybody, the drummer from Def Leppard is sitting in because he only has one hand. So, I mean, it's just, or I'd hand him off to people, and everybody know I hold him sacred, that, he is his own being. Yeah. I'd hand him to somebody to keep an eye on for the night, and there would be more than one person who would be more than happy to hang out with Herbie for the night. Or we would hand out cameras to people. The singer in the band, he had a nice 35 millimeter camera. You'd have it loaded with black and white or whatever. Beginning of the gig, he'd give it to somebody, take whatever you want, and then we go develop the film, and it's like, it would be great stuff. I have a lot of those on videotape. I got to get them. My one nephew, Michael, who gave me the Photoshop program, he has a whole setup now. He could turn it all into digital, the VHS tapes. So I've already given him some stuff to do, like the Gordie Howe hockey one that I have. But I got all that band stuff from 97 to 2005.
The thing that you mentioned with the camera, one of my favorite parts of, I don't know if you've ever seen Dave Attell's special Roadwork. It was on Netflix for a bit. I don't know if it's back up. Dude, it's him. It's like a chunk. It's like 10-minute chunks from like 5 or 6 different places on the road for that material that he was doing. And there's a couple of places where he hands the camera, the pro shot, the cam thing, hands it to somebody in the crowd, the GoPro.
Yeah.
Hands it to somebody in the front row. So some of the shots are actually coming from.
Yeah.
And so that makes it a lot more fun.
Well, my nephew Michael, he has he does a lot of stuff. Like and subscribe on YouTube. He's got his own channel, Michael Evans, Windsor, Ontario. He covers a lot of different stuff, but he likes to take a lot of nature photography, and he has a lot of GoPros. And I said, you gotta hook a GoPro up on my hockey helmet, right? And give me a lavalier mic, wireless, and also shoot me from the stands for a hockey game, because I'm a chirper. I talk to everybody. I get fucking people nuts, right? I'm talking constantly. That's part of my enjoyment of playing hockey, is to make people
You're a shit
crazy.
talker.
Exactly. And I said that would be so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because everybody would be seeing it from my perspective, going against these fucking huge guys and bitching them out in the corners and saying, does your coach know you're out here? Like, what the fuck,
Wait. You just threw me. There are no corners in hockey.
Yeah, there is.
That shit's round, bro. That's an oval.
It's a corner. I've been trapped there many a times. It's like, where'd Randy go? And then the big guy moves, and it's like, well, there he was.
There was at this house when I was a kid, when I first started doing my hockey thing. My school, they had to put 2.5 towns together to make a decent sized school. It was so small, so we didn't have hockey. My school got hockey, I think, 7 or 8 years after I graduated.
Really?
But my stepbrother and I used to play a bit. We had sticks and pucks and skates, and there's a spot, it's like maybe 200 yards from where I am outside, about 200 yards, where there's a perfect spot that turns into a pond in the winter. It did anyway. It's been cleared now. It's different, but back then it was different. There's a clearing spot they did, so it's not there anymore. But there was this spot where it's beautiful, perfect, and for some reason it was open around these trees to where that ice froze just right, to where it wasn't choppy or anything. We ended up chopping
it'd
up.
Be nice and
it was
smooth.
Nice, it was great, and it was plenty of room. It was basically like a third of a rink.
Yeah.
That's how much space we had.
Which is enough.
That was plenty, for 2 people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I learned to
skate. And I remember I started with regular skates. So I knew that the toe part, I had gotten the toe part down because I started the first few years of ice skating. I had the figure skate version.
Oh, yeah, so you had the picks.
Dude, so when I first put on hockey skates, man, I was lost. It took a fucking while to not have that front.
When I was a kid, half a block down, we had a park. And the parks department would go around in wintertime. They would open up the fire hydrants to flood the park and in all the low spots. And there's your ice for the whole winter. It's none of this global warming where now I've tried to make a rink in our backyard for Reese. It just, it'll freeze one day, next day, it's like 40 degrees. Like back then when I was a kid, his age, it would be frozen the whole winter. I put my skates on at home and do the toes all the way down until I got to the ice, right? So I don't dull my skates. And that's how I learned how to skate. And then come home, have to sit by the front door with newspapers under my skates so my laces would thaw out to untie them. And then my mom would make a lukewarm bath for me. And I would cry like a baby because I didn't realize my toes were frozen, right? Just to warm up, but not a hot bath, just a little lukewarm. And
And
it's
then
like,
it's
I'm
that
not
started
doing
feeling
that
that
tomorrow.
burn, yeah.
Not doing it tomorrow. Next day, go do the same damn thing. But playing outdoors, we do it once a year.
I'd wear
Here?
I'd wear 3 pair of socks with my skates.
Really?
Yeah.
I had the bear.
I needed the cushion on my feet. I don't have tough feet. Like when I was in that over a decade I was in Florida, you know, a lot of my friends, you know, some of them were, you know, half of my friends were natives. So
Right.
they were, you know, the Florida type that walked around in flip-flops or barefoot most of the time. Man, you just go to the most lightly uneven place with me, no fucking nothing on my feet, and I'm like a fucking baby. Ow, ow, ow,
Yeah.
like I'm walking on fucking coals.
Yeah, in the summertime around here, it gets really hot, and our humidity's really high, and the pavement's like that. And I've ever since I was a kid, I don't wear anything on my feet in the summer, unless I'm going somewhere driving.
I
But
never liked that, but yeah, with my skates, well, with my boots, I'm wearing 2 pair of socks right now just for the comfort of my boots, because I keep forgetting because these boots that I always get the Dr. Scholl's thing
yeah,
and put those in just for that little extra cushion.
right.
I keep forgetting with the boots that I'm wearing right now. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, I got to get Dr. Scholl's for these because it used to be where I had 2 pair of boots and I'd wear this 1 pair. I'd wear them for like a couple of months at a time, just those. So
Yeah.
I just switch those out. I forget to do it all the time with these, and the next thing you know, I'm putting on 2 pair of socks going because I know I'm going to be wearing those. Just switch out with the other boot.
No.
Fuck it. Get it.
Yeah.
You might remember to stop. I keep forgetting. You know how you have you know how you have those like 2 or 3 words that you always try to pull up and you can't fucking remember. Like one of mine is critical mass. Holy shit. Critical mass, I always forget. I can't believe I just remembered it now. I had a podcast where I was trying to remember it. I don't know if that was with Brett or with Mike, but there's, you know, those certain words that you always go to grab, and you're like,
Yeah.
why can't I never remember that? It's one of those things that I keep forgetting to put on the fucking
But you remembered it tonight.
to-do list. Yeah, but the Dr. Scholl's thing for these boots, I always forget to put that on the list to get.
I don't wear socks in my skates.
The
Bare
fuck
feet.
boy, this just took a really weird fucking turn, dude.
I bareback it. Bareback skates.
Crisco,
Yeah. Like and subscribe.
what is wrong? That would fucking tear my fucking feet up.
I have troll feet.
Oh, man.
When I was in LA playing out of Culver City in a league, the president of the league happened to be playing with us that night. And I was sitting beside him, and it was after the game. I'm taking my skates off, and he goes, "You got the ugliest feet in the league." And mind you, I was 21. So I had another 42 years on that. So there you go. I go, "What are you talking about? I never looked at my feet that way. Like, what makes
hate
them
feet.
ugly?" He goes, "They're all, you got like knuckles on your fucking toe. Like, what the fuck?" Plus, I lost a toenail on my right one.
Gee, I wonder if that's from not wearing fucking socks and skates.
No, a hockey net fell on it.
Well, I knew hockey was part of it.
Yeah, hockey net fell on it. My mom called me home for supper, and I went home, and she goes, "Why are you crying?" I go, "Hockey net fell on my toe." You go, "Let me look at it." It was all turning purple underneath the toenail, right? So my dad said, "I'll fix it." Went in the bathroom, came out. He goes, "Let me look at it." Stuck the needle underneath my toenail to relieve the pressure. He goes, "How you feel now?" I said, "Okay." And then the nail started to come off. And
Right.
then in the middle of the night, it got caught on the sheets
Yeah.
and ripped the rest of it off. Yeah.
And you've never had one since?
No, it's a second one. But it kind of
Oh.
grew in weird. It's
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
looking, eh?
I've got that with this finger. I crushed it at work.
Yeah.
Yeah. With
But
this
that
finger now,
happened to
it's
my
got like a
dad at
hump.
work
It's got a
where
hump, a little bit of a hump now.
he smashed his finger. The same thing. He went into the nurse's office. He worked at Forge, right? So he went in there, and she did the same thing. Stuck the needle up the fingernail. And he said it was the closest time he ever came to fainting and hitting a woman.
Yeah.
But he said it made it feel better because you don't get that throb anymore, right?
Right. Yeah, that's gone.
I mean, if hockey didn't hurt, it wouldn't be any fun. It's got to be fun. You're doing it wrong if you say, "Oh, that was great." No, you come out of there going, "What?" Or 2 days later, you're going, "What the fuck?" Boys, lighten up. Because I play, like I said, I play in a 40 and over league.
Crazy. 63 and you're still playing, dude. That is so awesome.
I show up in my van that says Hellbound with a hockey trophy as a hood ornament, smoking a cigar. Awesome. They go, "What the fuck you doing?" I go, Pre-game warm-up. And then I go out there and score a couple of goals. They go, "What the fuck is going on with him?" I don't drink anymore, right? It's been 25 years.
Because of your size, you must be pretty fast.
Well, it's funny. I'm a grinder at work. I'm a grinder at hockey. I'm one of those guys that just keeps going. I like chasing the puck.
Yeah.
Plus, I go to the net, and that's where I usually get my goals. I get garbage goals. Very rarely do I get a breakaway. I go in the fucking dirty places, and plus, people don't see me. They don't notice me get behind them. Unless the goalie's going, "Pick up this fucking guy."
The dude with the gnome beard.
Yeah, exactly. So my nickname at hockey, because I'm so skinny, is Bonesy.
I can totally see that.
They go, "Eat a sandwich." I go, "I did before I got here. That's why I'm having a cigar." Like, what the fuck?
Post-dinner cigar.
But that's the thing. I mean, guys, when we get older, especially if, you like your beer and stuff like that, usually on the onset of middle age, you have to watch your weight, right?
Yeah.
I'm the same size I was when I was in high school. And I remember my mother taking me to the doctor saying, like, he's too skinny. And the doctor just said, "He's just skinny. He'll always be skinny." Every woman that I've lived with have always tried to fatten me up. And guess who gets fat? Not me.
Mm. I got fat. My mom made me fat when I left California to come back and help her out with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And then with the elbow thing, I can't do push-ups. I used to just be, fuck the gym. I mean, the gym is good. I would get distracted at the gym.
Yeah, that's too much of a routine, the gym.
Not just the routine, but just the, there are some people that you see in there that you just can't.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to concentrate, whether sometimes it's a dude, you're just like, that's what I'm going for. And you're like, what is he doing? What's exactly? And then sometimes it's a lady who's bending over just right.
Yeah.
And she's wearing just the greatest thing. And she's there to do what she's distracting me with. And plus, paying for it and all that stuff. I'm a calisthenics guy.
Yeah.
I would just get up and just do the windmills. Do fucking 2 minutes of just doing the windmill back and forth or whatever, and stretching my back, doing this thing, for a couple of minutes, and then doing a bunch of push-ups and a bunch of sit-ups. But now I can't do push-ups because of the elbows.
Yeah, you're not getting your heart rate up. You're not getting any cardio, right? So there you go.
Yeah, I'm getting a gut.
Never had one.
I don't there might be something helping this. But.
My brother, when I lived with him out in LA, he wanted to get in better. He's 17 years older than me. He just turned 80. He wanted to go to the gym, and he dragged me with him, and I, spot him and stuff like that. I go, "You don't have the discipline to go to the fucking gym. Why are you dragging me?"
You have an 80-year-old brother.
Yeah, he just turned 80 in January.
And you went to the gym.
Well, no, this is when I was back in LA. That's when I was 21. So he was in his 30s. Yeah.
Oh, this is back then. I thought you were talking about recent. Sorry.
It's not Izzy Mendelbaum.
I don't know what that
means.
It's
go time.
I don't know that reference.
Seinfeld.
Oh.
That was Lloyd Bridges' character on Seinfeld, Izzy Mendelbaum. He was
Oh,
the fitness guy.
see, I was never a huge Seinfeld fan. I got it and everything, but I wasn't. I was actually more of a Friends fan back in the '90s.
See, we're opposite there.
But I mean, I was a Seinfeld fan. And I remember watching the first when it first premiered. I
Yeah.
remember watching those first ones and stuff. But it didn't grab me like Friends did. I was more into that. I don't know. There were more. It seemed like there were more jokes. I was more of that type back then. Anyway, I
Yeah,
liked
sure.
Seinfeld.
Well, you could relate
I
to it
liked
better.
Seinfeld. Yeah, it was just. It was that my age, and it was just perfect because and plus the ladies I was always with were huge fans, and that was one of the fun things to do on Thursday night.
Yeah.
And nothing would give you. There's that anger boner, but then there's that watching a woman laugh a whole bunch.
Yeah.
That stuff that you think is funny as well, and you're like, oh.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, that's
so the
good.
post Friends. So that's one of the things that I used to miss some of Seinfeld because I was busy fucking.
Well, they're on Netflix now.
No, I know. That's what was bringing me to this.
But when I was in the band, we lived in a fourplex, and part of the band, they were a married couple, and I lived with Carrie, who was the singer. But they always hung out at our apartment. They just were across the hall. We were the Dirty Harry compound, right? So 7 o'clock, it would be either we always wanted to watch Seinfeld, but they wanted to watch Jeopardy. They didn't want to watch Seinfeld. So I said, well, your house is right there, so get the fuck out. We're watching Seinfeld. We're not watching Jeopardy. So that was always the thing. They always had to go home to watch Jeopardy. Then they come back because we were the two bachelors, right, in the band. So that was, but I mean, we would laugh because, and oddly enough, Carrie just lives down the street from me now because he's got a girlfriend that lives down the street. And some of my vacation time last summer, I painted her house again. I did it the first time. So he drives cabs. So if I'm out on the porch finishing my cigar when I come home from work, he's coming home from work too. And he'll say, hey, get the croutons out of your beard. Hey, Uncle Carrie. And the reason he says that to me, we were waiting to get picked up to go to band rehearsal, and just a random car went by, and somebody yelled that out at me.
Oh, I thought it was a Seinfeld reference that I
No,
missed.
it was like, get the croutons out of your beard. And he laughed so hard, I'm going, what the fuck? And then I got no crouton. I didn't know French onion soup. I didn't have no salad. What the fuck was that?
Well,
Stuff like that you remember, like, always comes up. I mean, I've known him since '97, right?
Right.
So,
Well, like with the Seinfeld thing that I was going to mention was because I haven't had Netflix in Jesus Christ almost 2 years, right?
yeah.
But because of the final season of Better Call Saul coming out, they dropped season 5, which I haven't seen in 2 years because I don't watch cable.
Yeah, they just dropped that yesterday, didn't they? Or
No, last
Wednesday,
week.
or
Yeah, last week.
yeah,
Or the other day. Early
Yeah.
this week.
yeah,
So just to prepare, because it's been a couple of years because of the vid.
yeah,
So I watched when I did watch it when it first aired. I would watch because they play them back to back. So
Yeah.
they air it and then they air it right again, and I would get it right in and then couldn't wait for the next week, whatever. So I got Netflix just for the month to go back and do that, and then go through some other
Yeah.
stuff that I've missed in a couple of years. And then I went through. I think it took me 2 days to go back through season 5, and there were so many things like, oh yeah, oh shit, that's right, I
Yeah.
missed that, and I watched them all 3 fucking times. But there's still because that drop off. It's been so long. Anyway,
too long.
because of the Seinfeld thing. So I was like, all right, that's right, Seinfeld's back on. Now it's on Netflix. Let me go back. I always want to rewatch season 4, the end of season 4, the pilot.
Oh, yeah.
which is a two-parter where they sell the idea
Yeah.
to NBC
Show
and the whole
about nothing.
thing. And well, the guy that got cast, I don't know if you know this, Larry Hankin, the guy that plays
Kramer.
right?
Yeah.
What's
He's
the
in
character?
Better Call Saul.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
Breaking Bad.
Uncle, he's old
The
Joe.
junkyard guy.
Old Joe. He's the guy that destroys the RV.
Yeah.
And they brought him back for the Jesse movie.
Oh, I saw that too. What was it, El Camino or
Yes,
something
El
like
Camino,
that?
yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
Which
He hooked up all those magnets, right?
could have been. Yep.
In the truck.
Yep.
To
And
go-
anybody got any metal in your pricks?
Yeah,
What are
yeah.
you looking at, Jesse? What are you looking at me for?
Yeah.
So
He's the one who
yeah,
stole the raisins.
That's right. Tom, the character's name in the show was Tom Pepper.
Right.
Larry, the reason that he got that gig to play Tom Pepper in that thing was he was actually one of the top choices to play Kramer when they originally cast Kramer.
Really?
Yeah. And then Mike and he was at the top. He found out he was at the top until Michael Richards came in and gave it a little more bounce. But Larry was at the top. He was the second choice.
Didn't Larry also have a relationship with Michael Richards too from the Fridays?
Mm-hmm. Yep, there was that as well.
Same with
but Larry was at the top of the choices for Kramer, and he was the choice until Michael came in and did that stuff, because Michael didn't always do that Kramer kind of thing.
No, he didn't.
But
he was in that UHF.
Was he in
movie
there?
With Weird Al?
Yeah, I don't. Fuck, it's been so long since I've seen that.
Yeah, he plays kind of like a kiddie show host, kind of a goofy kind of guy.
I gotta go back and check that out.
Yeah, check that out. That was a good movie. I seen that at the show. I drive everybody crazy that's so much younger than me. I go, I saw that at the show. I saw that at the show.
But even though I wasn't a huge Seinfeld fan, for some reason, back in when that actually aired, the pilot, those 2 episodes, I caught those.
Oh.
And those were 2 that I did catch, and then it was like, oh, I can't wait to see the next week's the part 2.
Yeah, that was my favorite one.
And it was when the show started cooking, because it was the end of the 4th
yeah,
season.
the first few ones is here and there, but
they were still finding
one of
their
my
legs.
favorite ones is the when Kramer finds the old Merv Griffin set.
That's funny too. But the story goes on a bit. So I remember seeing that pilot one, and thinking that was so funny and liking this, and I enjoyed seeing the different version of Kramer stuff, and didn't at the time, of course, didn't know who Jeremy Piven was, who was the actor who got the George gig. But one of the things that hit me was I remembered Hankin, Tom Pepper, Kramer. I was like, wait, I remember sitting there going, wait, isn't that the guy from Home Alone? He's the guy from Friends. That's Mr. Heckles from Friends. He was actually in, he was on.
He was in Friends,
seasons. Yeah. On the first season, he was the upstairs neighbor that kept complaining about their noise. He was like on 4 or 5 or 6 episodes. Right, he told me the story about, because this gets into, I actually worked with Larry later on, years later.
Oh, cool.
And he told me some of these stories that I'm telling you now, which was, and he's told it to other people as well, but with the Friends gig as Mr. Heckles, he thought when he got the call, he was getting that 6th episode recurring thing, to where it would have been a better paycheck. If you got to 6 episodes of being that recurring thing, it turned into a different pay grade. And they killed him in the 5th episode. He thought he was getting the call from his agent that you're going to be shooting the 6th episode, and you're going to get that bump and the whole thing. And he thought that's what the call was coming.
Right. Yeah.
And he was like, "They're going to kill you, dude."
Oh man.
He told me that story. He's like, "Fuck." And he was well known, you know. He'd done so many bit parts where everybody remembers him from all his parts, you know.
Well,
Old Joe later on and all kinds of stuff.
well, he's got a distinctive look, right?
Yes, he does. So one of the things I remembered from that, though, when I was watching, I was like, wait, Mr. Heckles, but you know what else do I know him from? And as I was watching that pilot episode back in the day, I was remembering it. Oh, and I remember putting it together after I went Heckles thing, and because of my dad and watching TV and movies, he was so into it, and he knew people's names, you know, he knew that kind of stuff. It got me into it. So I would always like, oh yeah, well he was in this, and then that, and I was doing that before IMDb.
Right. Yeah.
Which is how some of my friends that I had, we would be friends. Like my buddy Eric, we were great friends for a long time, and because we could do that same sort of thing, but he was better at it. He was even more of a geek when it came to, oh yeah, Anthony Zerbe. Yeah, he was in episode 7, season 2 of Mission Impossible. I'd look it up real quick going, dude, that's true. Anyway.
Kiss Meets the Phantom. He was in that too.
Fucking A. Oh, and today, what was I watching today? Hot Ones. I'm watching Hot Ones, the YouTube show where you eat hot wings while the guy's interviewing you, Sean's interviewing you. It's a great show. It's hilarious. The newest one that dropped today, which is the season 17 finale, fucking Thanos, Josh Brolin.
Oh, really?
He's amazing. That fucking dude crushes everything he does.
Starting Goonies.
He tells the story to Sean about a theater thing that he did way back, I don't think it was in the 80s or the 90s that he was doing. It was run by Anthony Zerbe, who he worked with on the Young Riders, right? One of the Western shows, something Western thing that I think it was the Young Riders that Josh did back in the day. And Zerbe was on it, and then Zerbe ran this theater thing where Josh talks about how he would do 2 plays in a day. During the day, he would do this one, was doing one character, and at night, it was this thing, so it taught him a lot, and that's one of the reasons he thinks he became the character actor that he is today.
That's cool.
It was, so Anthony Zerbe, there we go.
Yeah.
But I'm not done. So I'm sitting there going, wait, what else do I know? I know this guy. And I remembered in Virginia, sitting there watching Escape from Alcatraz for the first time with my dad on ABC. I don't know if it was the first time that ABC put it on, but it was first. I remember watching it with him because it was a Clint Eastwood movie.
Yeah.
And the whole prison thing, that was cool. And then the whole thing with Larry, that was his big break. His first screen role. He played Butts, which is it's based on a true story, and the guy's got a different name.
Yeah. But they never found those guys.
The
2 brothers and the Clint Eastwood character.
Larry played the guy that thought he was going to get caught at the end, so he glued his hole.
Yeah.
He would crawl out. It was shut again. Butts.
Yeah.
But the guy, that's his name in the movie. The real dude had a different name. But I was like, holy shit, that's that. Wow. And then I started put pieces. Anyway, that's 90. Somewhere in the mid 90s, that is.
Alcatraz.
No.
Alcatraz?
No, that was 78.
Yeah.
No, the Seinfeld episode of the pilot that I was watching when I was realizing all this shit was 94, 95, something like that. It was season 4, end of season 4. The final 2 episodes of season 4.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm in Los Angeles, 2007. I go and I audition for a thesis film for USC. And I get it. It's called The Professor's Daughter, if you want to look for it out there. A really good little short film. It won Luke a couple of awards. I played the assistant to this computer geek who creates this fucking system that starts to take over the world at the end of the film. It's really good. It's really good. And the guy... Shit, I can't say his name right now because it's been so long. But the guy who plays the professor, the actor, good little actor. He's the bartender in Westworld, HBO's Westworld. He's the bartender in Western. Brad. I can't say his last name. Maybe it'll come to me. It's been a long time. Anyway, good little film. 15, 17 minutes, I think, something like that.
Is it on YouTube?
It's there. And I think might be on Vimeo.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's on YouTube. Some of the films that I've done are on YouTube. Some of them are on Vimeo. The short films that are almost all of them. A lot of them have won awards. None of them for me, even though I was the lead in most of them.
Synchronicity is because you were in them.
That's right. I made them better.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, one of them won for sound effects. Luke won for some effects stuff with his stuff, and that was anyway. We're getting there. Luke and I hit it off, and he liked hearing some of my bowling stories because he always wanted to start bowling because he'd only been just a regular, a couple times a year you go bowling with a house ball and the shoes and whatever.
Yeah.
But he really wanted to learn how to bowl from hearing some of the bowling stories I would tell from the 90s while we were shooting because it was a bunch of days. And so like I said, we hit it off. And then not long after he graduated from USC, he hits me up. And the guy that was the cinematographer, Chuck, on Professor's Daughter, him and Luke, they worked together a lot. And they did a lot of projects together. So when they graduated, Chuck, as a cinematographer, was, I think it was somewhere around the late 20s or early 30s on the list for a red camera when the red cameras came out in 07 or 08.
Something, yeah.
Yeah. Because before they were only a certain amount of people were allowed them because there weren't that many. But then because they were so good and the demand became, they opened it up and you had to get on a list. And Chuck got on that early list. He was like one of the first 30 fucking people to own a red camera that wasn't some huge fucking studio. And Luke comes to me and he goes, dude, I've got this, and the writer's strike was coming. And Luke comes to me and he goes, dude, I got this idea for a web series. Just like little 4 to 5 minute episodes. And I've got this cool idea. You might like it. I'll send you the script. First 3 episodes. So he sends them to me and I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is so fucking cool. It's about cards that have to do with religion, where basically all those big things that happen in the Bible, they're attributed to a deck of cards where each one of those cards gives those certain powers, like turning water into wine.
Oh, okay.
Turning all, making all plants grow, no matter the soil or whatever. All of a sudden, this card is around them, and whoa, look at the vegetation. And there's a lady that uses it to grow weed, and she doesn't know. Just all of a sudden, her weed just starts. She doesn't realize she has the card because it looks different to everybody else, except for somebody who has the one that can code them all and realize, oh, one's close by.
Oh, okay.
If you don't have that, you don't know. The card actually looks like just a card in your deck of cards. But with the other card that I'm given at the beginning, I can see the card looks different. So the shots are done to where, she just sees a joker. I see, whoa, the jack of fucking spades. And it's making all these weird noises, and I can hear all this shit. And she's like, is everything okay? I'm the only one that can hear this. It's like this thing that goes in. Anyway, it's really neat, and it's funny. It's very light. So anyway, I read the first 3 episodes, the first 3 scripts, the first 3 episode scripts. First 3, hold on.
Critical mass.
Yes. I read the scripts of the first 3 episodes. And I hit him back and I go, dude, this is fucking brilliant. Yeah, I can't wait. When do we start shooting? I want this. And he's like, oh, I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you like it. And I already know from the Professor's Daughter that the camera work is going to be really well done. It's going to be tight. It's not going to be.
It's going to look good, yeah.
It's going to be professional, even though there's no budget. I go, who's playing this old guy that's supposed maybe God, who gives me these cards and tells me all this shit? He goes, dude, we got Larry I go,
wow.
Wait. Why do I know that name? Because this is, like I said, early 90s when I was thinking of Hankin and stuff. I'd learn more about him a little bit here and there, just being an IMDb geek as that got bigger.
Yeah.
And me and my buddy Eric going through it with other stuff and just, testing each other with shit like that, knowledge over the phone. All right, don't look at your computer. All right, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, da-da-da. Son of a bitch. Because I knew I was doing it to where I already had it, to where he didn't have time to go looking it up and cheat.
That's right.
Eric, Jesus Christ, encyclopedia. Anyway, so I'm like, wait, why do I know that name? Hankin, I know that name, right? Why do I know that? And he starts spouting out Home Alone, and he starts spouting off a couple of things I hadn't seen him forever. So I was like, wait, no. And he was like, he was the second Kramer in Seinfeld. And I went, dude, are you serious? Escape from Alcatraz? And he goes, I'm on the phone with him. He's like, yeah, he played Butts. I'm like, yeah, holy shit, fucking it. Oh man, this is gonna be so awesome.
Yeah.
So we only shot 6 episodes, and the longest one is just over 5 minutes. It's called The Last Hand. And we did it in 07, 08. And there was a girl I started dating. We're still friends, but we dated for a split second. And she loved The Last Hand. She loved the first 3-4 episodes. And I don't think we had shot the 5th one yet, 4th or 5th one yet. No, we shot the 4th and 5th one together. So she had seen the first 3.
Right.
And we had done those, and those were out. And there was a little break before we did 4 and 5. In that meantime, she had seen those. And then I remember, I think it was after I was done shooting the 4 and 5. It took us, we did it on weekends because, Luke because Chuck had that camera. He paid for it really fucking quick.
Yeah,
because
for
he had jobs lined up. He shot so much shit, so much cool shit that people have seen. They wouldn't even know Chuck did it. Hey, that's the guy. Guy must have done that from The Last Stand. Anyway, he's done a bunch of stuff, and he's gone on to do even more. Luke has edited for many TV shows, so he had day gigs. So when we shot The Last Hand, it was a no budget thing. I think the most expensive episode, Luke said, was like $200.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, because we used the lady with the weed. That was Chuck's house. We also used Chuck's bedroom for my bedroom for a shot. And did we use Chuck's place again? No, I don't think. And then 4 and 5, we used the 3 dudes that are in it. That they get the water. They don't realize that they know they have it, but it doesn't look the same to them. They have the card that turns water into wine. These 3 college dudes that I just run into. That Larry helps me run into, and we used their apartment, so there was no cost there. And they were buddies of his from USC, so. And they were so fucking funny. They were so fucking funny. You're gonna love when you see when you see The Last Hand. You're gonna love it. Anyway, what was something I was gonna leave? Oh, the lady that I was seeing for a bit. She wrote a bunch of stuff. She had her own web series. She's very artistic. She does a lot of stuff. She loved The Last Hand so much. She wrote episode 6.
Oh.
And to me, and it's not there. A lot of people haven't seen it because it's not logged in with it's not, for some reason it didn't end up with the Strike TV thing on YouTube in the playlist. Because it went up during the strike, it went up on a website that a bunch of writers created in LA called Strike TV. So there was a bunch of writers, and because of the strike, nobody was working. So people were doing all this stuff and then throwing it up on websites like Strike TV, like Luke and Chuck. But The Last Hand stood out when it came to quality. We stood out, dude.
That's cool.
No fucking budget, and you'll see when I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
But the coolest part is though the episode that my friend wrote is the funniest one, and it's the last one that almost nobody has seen because it's only on her YouTube page.
Yeah, that's ironic. Eh?
She's not well known, but I try to link it when I've shared it. Every once in a while, I share it just as a little throwback.
Yeah.
Because it was so fun, and Larry and we got. My first podcast, it was called Nate the Bullet. It's still, you can find it, it's on YouTube. Not all the episodes are on YouTube, but I only did 17, 18. in one of the two of them, it's a two-parter where it's just me and Larry, and he's telling stories. Larry tells these fucking stories. He was paid many thousands of dollars to write a screenplay for the band. He lived with them in that house, the band, Bob Dylan.
Oh, the Big Pink?
Robbie Robertson.
Yeah, yeah.
He lived in that house, that famous house where they record and stuff. He lived with them for a bit to hang out, to write a script about them so they were going to do some movie thing. It never happened, but he still got paid this gigantic amount of money. And at the time, he was just an improv guy in Frisco and certain things. He hadn't even done fucking Escape from Alcatraz yet.
Yeah, no, it's way before that.
And he didn't have a bank account. He walked out of a bank with a brown paper bag full of, I think he told me, $35,000 in cash.
Which was a lot of money back then.
Fucking crazy.
Took it home, put it under his mattress.
So, what a trippy thing, though, to where I'm like, wow. Number one, I do a little fun series with him, like a TV show. And to me, it's like my Back to the Future. Because if you I look back at it and I go, I'm like Marty and he's like Doc.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it's in a way, it's got that thing, even though it's got that silly religious tone to it, that Jesus had a magic deck of cards.
Yeah.
But the effects, there's a bunch of really great, simple, cheap effects that are just, you wouldn't realize. It's just, and then some of them, there's like a thing in the first episode, the whole thing where he creates a coffee for me while I'm sitting there and I'm trying to figure out who the fuck is this guy. I walk into the office thinking it's my agent. He's in my agent's office sitting in his chair. Hey, sit down. I got to tell you something. I got to talk to you. Anyway, the whole thing where he just creates the coffee, and this is 2007 we shot that. And the whole thing where like, boom, there's a coffee and like, whoa. And then I drink it and I'm like,
Yeah.
Jump a bunch of years later, I'm watching Thor Ragnarok. And the whole thing with the beer with Doctor Strange when Thor goes to Bleecker Street.
Yeah.
And that whole thing with all of a sudden there was a tea and then all of a sudden just a real cheap effect where he just lowered it in the screen and somebody just handed him the beer.
Yeah.
And he brought the same kind of thing and then he's like, whoa. And then the whole react. That was me in 2007.
Yeah, you ripped me off, man.
We did it already.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you watch that, Thor. Thor Ragnarok's one of the few movies that I actually own. It's so fucking good. But it was like, I think it was like the 7th or 8th time I watched it when I went, wait, that's from The Last Hand.
Yeah.
Not that they ripped me. Not that. No, I'm not saying that.
No, I understand. I get.
That,
Yeah.
Taika Waititi fucking ripped Luke off. That's it's not a. It's not like an original thing. There's many TV and movie moments that are similar, but because of the supernatural part of it as well, like there's this God religion thing. And what happened?
I don't know.
You dropped out for a minute for a split second.
Yeah, I know.
Huh. But anyway, and there's been a. Oh, I just saw it on the big screen there because there's a delay on my big screen. But there's been a bunch of. I just noticed this one thing where somebody asked for some stuff that I did. Now, what do you want? Do you want to? Because they know I've done some movies and some TV stuff. And I went, instead of, going here and telling them, oh, go watch this here, just you want to see a real quick thing. I have a couple of reels on my YouTube page, not the WIT page, but my homepage. Just 4 minutes of just clips of things. And just watch that. And I was watching, and so I grabbed it and went to grab the link and, send it to them. And I was like, I haven't seen this in a couple of years. What the fuck? What's on this? I start watching it, and there's this little moment in one of my movies, which I put my daughter in with her pic. Yeah, she's in the movie. Yeah, she's actually in the movie. It's Looking for Liana. Well, there's this moment in the movie I forgot where I do this thing to where I'm really pissed off because I just got kicked in the foot and I'm really frustrated, and I just do this kind of thing, it's kind of
Yeah.
And I went and I saw it the other day when I sent the link to somebody, and I'm like, wait. that looks like a moment from a movie, a home movie with my daughter, where she kind of does this, it does
Yeah,
this kind
right.
of
Yeah,
laugh,
yeah.
and this, like, holy shit, same kind of that Thor story, but more personal. I was like, holy shit, all these little things. It's like it's almost like these moments of things that I did a long time ago. I, and people like me that have done, these things, like my buddy Mike and other actor friends that have done this stuff and this kind of thing. That's one of the things I want to talk to other actors about, and I meant to talk to Mike about. Is do you have those moments to where it's like you shot something that sort of had a big mirror to it in reality? Like, wait,
Well, the only
whatever.
thing that I could compare that to is our family. We do Bigfoot movies. my nephew has a gorilla costume, and it first started out in '93. And whenever we get together, if there's a bachelor party or anything like that, it's also a film shoot. We don't usually have a script, but we come out with something. And my nephew Mikey edits it, or my other nephew Lance edits it. Okay, they're all burned to DVDs. Ever since Reese was young, he's seen all these Bigfoot movies we've done over the years, right? So he likes them because, he's a little kid. It's kid humor, basically. Basically, Little Rascals meets Three Stooges, but it has Bigfoot in it. And you go back and you look at it. You've done it like 15 years ago, and you see little things that maybe you didn't notice before, or your mannerisms. It's just that now the mannerisms you had then are a little more accentuated now. You don't realize
Or
until you
subdued.
see it, especially if there's been distance. You've seen it when it was finished, but how often are you going to watch them? Right? That's the only way I could relate to that, because I'm not an actor, obviously, but it's, especially if you're watching it, I'm watching it through my son's eyes, right? It's like, how did you do that? Or why did you do that? It's like, why did you kill Bigfoot, Dad? It's like, well, somebody had to. One, I decapitate him, and another one, I shoot him. And it's like just crazy stuff. And one of the quotes that happens at family gatherings, they took me on my bachelor weekend up north. We had a cottage, and I didn't know we were going to do one of these movies. I thought it was just us going up, the guys. They had a hot tub, everything beautiful up in the Muskokas. And it's like, we're going to be doing this Bigfoot movie for my bachelor weekend. And I was kind of pissed off, right? I go, what the fuck, right? Because they have no idea what they want to do, and they're asking me for ideas, right? And it's like, this is my bachelor weekend. I don't want to be thinking about what we're going to do for a movie, right?
I'm about
And
to
so
say
my
no.
nephew
I'm about to say to no to other pussy for the rest of my life.
Yeah, so
I've got a lot on my brain.
He puts a camera in my face. He goes, Uncle Rambo, what do you think about your bachelor weekend? And I turn to him and I go, bachelor weekend, it's a film shoot. So that's the running joke. One of the running jokes in the family is like, hey, Uncle Rambo, what do you think about the Christmas party? It's like, it's not a Christmas party. It's a film shoot, because there's always a camera in your face, right? It's like, here, act natural.
One of the things that I loved about when I was a teenager was when the VHS camcorder thing came out, and then of course America's Funniest Home Videos sort of shit in the mid to late '80s. One of the good things I liked about that, where at first watching yourself, you're like or when you hear yourself back the first time when you record your voice or whatever.
Yep.
One of the things that was good about that was I started to see, that's my mom. That's
right.
my mom. Ooh. So the beauty of that, so I had early access to look at and go, oh, stop doing that, stop doing that, stop doing that. And
especially if you want to do acting and stuff like that, it would be a good tool for that. But also it gave...
As much as I love my mom, she's an overdoer of a lot of things. She would be considered an overactor, because everything is so fucking big.
Yeah.
You fucking fuck.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Ma,
But the one thing I loved about everybody having a camcorder was everybody can make movies now. It's accessible to everybody, right?
Oh, I just saw that on the big screen on the delay when I did that. Oh God, that's gross. See what I'm saying? I just didn't. No offense, Mom. Just saying. Everybody's been trying to tell you.
I look in the mirror and I see my dad now.
Yeah.
But he didn't have a beard. It's just because I'm getting older. Your mannerisms,
Well,
or just your facial features, everything.
I have a bit in when I did stand up. I had a bit about I wear the beard. What is it? It's been so long. What is it? I wear the beard because I'm afraid of what I look like without it. My mom. The mirror. My beard talks to me in the mirror. Go ahead, shave me. Don't you want to look like a lesbian?
Yeah.
Not sure your mom's gay, but you definitely look like her gay daughter. And then then I attribute it to mushrooms. Oh my God, I'm doing too much psychedelics. Anyway, that's a bit that I've had for a long time.
Reese asked me when he was younger, he goes, Dad, why do you have a beard? And I said, if your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two moms. So there you go.
My daughter never asked. She just didn't like it when I shaved it. It wasn't until she was about a year old to where it actually, when I was 30 years old, where I could actually grow it all in and not just little patchwork around here. And
right.
Where I could be full. So since she can remember, I've basically had a goatee with sideburns or a beard. And when I've shaved everything off, normally I would do it once every great while just for something different or for a role. And she'd be like, it's coming back soon, right?
Yeah.
I wore my beard. I've basically had facial hair because my kid says so.
Well, I started growing this,
and to not look like my mom.
I think this was 93. The only reason I let it grow this long is because one of my hockey buddies, I was lining up with him, and he says, "When are you going to trim that?" And I said to him, just for saying that, I'm letting it grow. And I still play hockey with him. That was like 6 years ago. So every once in a while, I'll take an inch off. But if I let it grow since it started, it would be total ZZ Top, right?
Oh, how's that one? You brought it to ZZ Top? Two quick stories. And I also want to go back to Christmas Sister. Remind me, Christmas Sister.
Okay.
But now we're at ZZ Top. And you got that gnome beard. Remember I told you I was one of the engineers for Coast to Coast AM?
Yeah.
At the same time, before I started working with Coast to Coast AM, I was with Phil Hendry, which was down the hall. Phil Hendry recorded from 7 to 10. Coast to Coast, like I said, recorded from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Let me go back. My first concert I ever went to, Kenny Loggins, Eddie Rabbitt, Sawyer Brown. It was a country show with my mom and her boyfriend at the time. My next concert, my first rock concert, was ZZ Top.
Oh.
Jump now, 2006. Billy Gibbons, because he's into UFO shit, he's into that. He's into that kind of stuff. He was in town. I didn't know it. I'm at the Phil Hendry show. He's going to be a guest on Coast to Coast in the studio for a bit.
Oh, cool.
He gets to the building early. Somebody comes to me, Phil's assistant, who I would fill in for when she was out, Michelle. She comes to me and goes, "Listen, Billy Gibbons is going to be a guest on Coast to Coast AM, and he's coming in early. He's a big Phil fan. He's gonna sit in the booth where you screen phone calls, just off the studio. He's gonna sit in the booth with you if that's okay."
It's like, no.
If that's okay.
Yeah, no shit, eh?
For an hour, just me and Billy in a room, but not me interviewing him. Billy observing me doing my job while Phil Hendry's doing his job through the glass.
Yeah.
Because he's a fan. Phil's got an audience. Phil's got an audience for the night.
That's pretty cool.
Besides me and Mark, the engineer, who I was a backup to when Mark was out, I did his job, and he sat right in front of Phil in the same room. It wasn't separate like normally with an engineer and the
Yeah.
host. Like Coast to Coast was also in the same room, but different. Where George is up like he's up on a stand-up board while you're down here at the board, so you're looking up at George. He's right there in the room.
I get yelled at that all the time, ZZ Top. Hey, ZZ Top.
Of course, yeah, totally see that. But I've got one of the greatest hours of my life.
For
was
sure.
Sitting there doing my job, and my job was as a phone screener for Phil was to try to find people that didn't understand the show, that didn't know that the crazy person that Phil was on the phone with was actually Phil himself doing a character.
Yeah, right.
So my job was to weed out the people that didn't know, that wanted to argue with the character.
Yeah.
For real. And it was hard because there was a lot of people that wanted to get in just to participate and
be a part of it.
Yeah, so there were these certain questions that I would ask immediately. I learned to ask to just, get right through it so I can get rid of them and move on to the next one, because it's a syndicated show across the country. So it's not the phones, it's not just a local show. So the phones light up quick.
Yeah.
So, there's a little break during a commercial, whatever, and I take a break. I'm not answering phones. There's enough on there or whatever. Phil's got it covered. During one of the commercial breaks, and I take the headset off, and Billy's like, "Man, you say that to everyone?" Yeah. It's like I'm doing an interview.
Yeah.
You got to sit through the thing, and everybody asks you the same shit. It's like, wow, man. And it's hard too, when it got to be the show was so popular across the country, it was very hard to find those people that didn't know what was going on. You just had to find those ones that are just driving around and just tuning in, like, what's going on here in this local place, or what the fuck is this? And I got to call in and talk to this person. Anyway, so to have Billy over my shoulder, for an hour, that was just it wasn't a whole hour. It was about 45 minutes.
Still, that's awesome.
It was the greatest, and I couldn't wait. He sits down immediately. He sits down because when he first came in and was hanging out, we started talking. It was before the show got going, and I'm like, my first rock concert, man, you guys. And he's like, oh, that's cool, man. That was super fucking nice.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was so cool. I'm like, wait, you're into this shit? You're into the Coast to Coast stuff? Wow, that's badass.
Yeah, that's kind of
You're even cooler than I thought.
Too. Yeah.
And then that was 2006. I met a girlfriend I had for my last girlfriend, which ended in 2015. We were on and off for the first few years, and then we were solid for a couple of years, and then broke it off. 2015. Anyway, she's a jewelry designer. We met, and the first time we talked was in 2009, I think. Anyway, come to find out, she designed Dusty Hill and his wife's wedding bands.
Wow.
She told me that when we were together, whatever, and she hadn't talked to them for a while. While we were together, they came back because they were going to renew their vows, and they gave her the rings to clean up and whatever, because it had been, 10, 15 years or whatever, something like that.
Spruce them up a bit.
Yeah. So the last time I talked to her, actually, I called her when Dusty died.
Right.
Hadn't talked to her in quite a while.
Yeah, that was sad, and I remember that. When Dusty passed.
But yeah, fucking ZZ Top, homeboy.
Yeah.
Did I ever do? Because when I played in the bands that I played, it was always classic rock. Did we? I don't think we ever did ZZ Top. No, we didn't do any ZZ Top songs, did we?
We always played. Not any of the bands I played, but if I do play, I play Tush.
Why do I feel like I did Tush? Oh, I did Tush on an audition for a band.
Yeah.
That's when I did Tush.
Yeah.
It wasn't with one of my bands. It was in the audition for a band. 2016.
I still got that album. That's Fandango. That was when they had that. They took
that was a fun audition. I thought I was
yeah,
gonna
they
get
took
that
the
gig.
Texas when they did that tour. They took Texas with them. That's when they had the live animals on stage and the rattlesnakes and the bull and everything. Everything was on stage with them, and they had that's when they had the nudie suits made, the rhinestones and everything, right? Fandango.
Jesus Christ! And even when they sold out, it was still cool. When they did the Back to the Future movie,
Yeah.
Back to the Future 3, they were still fucking cool. And do you ever watch Daryl's House?
No, I don't have TV. We just have Netflix.
I only know it from there was a certain time when I had that channel. It was quick. Oh, what the fuck is it? It's a cable channel, not Axios. I don't know. If you look up Daryl's House, you can find some stuff on YouTube. Daryl Hall from
Hall &
Oates, right?
Yeah.
He had, I don't know if he still does it, but for a bunch of years he did this show to where he had musicians into his place, like in his, at his house, but in the back, in a different, like a guest house sort of thing, and an in and around thing. And his band and like Billy Gibbons. There's one with Billy Gibbons. It's fucking awesome. My favorite one is with Cheap Trick. The guys from Cheap Trick, except for the drummer. Because he's been out of the band for a while. I can't say his name.
Bunny Carlos.
Bunny. So good, and you're just like, oh my God, listen to that. Robin Zander, and this was recorded in, this is the one I'm talking about, I think is maybe a decade old now. Fucking Robin Zander was 60-something years old at the time. You're like, he sounds just as good as he did in the 70s.
That's right. Some of them still can keep it, man.
He's so fucking great. And it dawned on me. I went to I went to 2 comedy classes when I was in LA when I started doing stand-up. And I did it to give myself more structure. I knew that it wasn't the greatest idea, but just for certain structure and build confidence, I went ahead and did these 2 different ones. One of my teachers, Greg Dean, I couldn't think of it. And it finally hit me. He looks like Rick Nielsen without the hat and the guitar.
Oh, yeah. Hunt's Hall.
It took me forever to fucking hit that. To figure that out. And I still remember when I was a kid, my babysitter in the late 70s, her youngest son of 4, still lived in the house. He lived in the basement. This is in Virginia. He had one half of the basement, this really cool room, and he had his shelves were cinder blocks and 2x4s. And fucking stereo in there and albums everywhere. I used to look at his albums, pull those fucking 7 years old, and I'm pulling up the Molly Hatchet albums, looking at this fucking, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
This was scared the shit. What?
I got to ask you a question about comedy class. When you took comedy class, could you be a class clown in that?
You didn't want to be a dick. Yeah, I mean, of course, if... Oh, is that a joke?
Yeah.
Oh.
A class
well,
clown.
You kind of, yes and no.
Comedy class.
Yes and no. If you had good timing and you dropped your shit as a clown in good spots to make the whole room laugh, yeah, because you'd be proving that you should be doing it.
Means you get an A.
Kind of, yeah. It depends.
People always ask me if I ever wanted to be a stand-up comic, and I just don't know if I could do it. I mean, I need to play off people.
You could do it. It's just like any skill. You just have to go do it and do it and do it. You have to go through a lot of hell because bombing sucks, but you just learn. And then everybody started the same way.
Well, I've been in
That's
bands.
the funniest
I'm
people
used
in
to
the
bombing.
world. Yeah. Yeah, I'm used to hitting the wrong note on stage with the bass or my vocals.
Yeah. Big deal.
But yeah, it's the scariest one when it comes to performing arts for me. I've done theater, been in bands, commercials, film, performing thing. The toughest one is definitely stand up.
Yeah,
No question.
I would see how that would be. Yeah, the only play I ever was in, I was in a play, Waiting for Godot. That's the only one I ever did.
When was that?
That was, well, the band was still together. 2001.
Really?
Yeah, I played the boy. Mr. Godot can't come to see you today. He'll come back and see you tomorrow.
You played. Why is it? Because you're small frame.
Plus, I had a little kid's bicycle that I used to ride around in the den during Dirty Harry house parties. And one of the guys who was friends with one of the guys in the band had a theater group, and he wanted to do that play. Do you want to do a play? And I go, what do you mean you want to do a play? What is Little Rascals? We got a barn? It's like, so what the fuck?
Shit.
What do you like? Which one?
Was it a bike like this?
Yeah, no. That would be barely possible. But that was, he goes, because they would count. Because there was hardly any room. Like my knees were sticking out not to hit the handlebars.
We just hit 4 hours.
Holy shit. So yeah, I could barely ride this bike. And so I had to do circles. Every party, one guy would say, get the bike, get the bike. I go, oh, fuck. So I go get the bike. And so they would count to see, well, what was the record last party? Oh, 17. Okay, I got to beat 17. 1, 2, 3. So the guy saw me do it. He says, you want to play the boy in Waiting for Godot, and you can ride the bike if you want. Sure. Because then I was familiar with the play, and I knew the part of the boy wasn't very long. So I had a Mickey Mouse shirt on. I made one of those Jughead hats, and I had my little bike. So I did my lines as I rode the bike near the edge of the stage, and everybody in the theater was gasping because they thought I'd fall off, and I rode back. And then I have to sit, I had to sit for the first half of the play, come out, because that's basically in the middle of the play, right? That was my only thing, which was great. But everybody said, how could you do that? Like, weren't you scared? I go, yeah, I was scared because it's a live performance. It's more of a nervous energy than anything than being scared.
Yeah.
But
nervous energy.
But people would say that to me, you're funny. Why don't you do stand-up comedy? I go, whoa, that's a whole other animal, like I'm talking to you here, having a smoke. To have something prepared.
That's how everybody starts, though, dude.
Yeah.
That's how everybody starts and gets that kind of itch. Like, wait a minute, I make my friends laugh. Let me go try that stuff, whatever. And
yeah,
sometimes it takes different. Everybody's different. Some people grab it right away. Not right away, but some people grab it sooner than others. Some of the funniest people that you've ever fucking laughed at were not funny for like 3-4 years.
Right. You got to put the time in.
Yeah, you got to. It's just like, it's reps. It's all about reps. Just like any good comedian will tell you, it's all about reps. Which my reps come from more like this, from radio. I went through periods when I did stand up, and I was never, I call myself, I've done stand up. I don't call myself a comic. I'm part comic is what I've called myself, because I've done many different things, and that's like one of the last ones. The last one that I finally dipped my toes in with no fear, and I felt so bad. I felt so fucking bad one time during that one class with Greg Dean. We had a section of the class to where working on crowd work type things, just to get yourself used to talking to the crowd instead of doing the jokes that you've prepared. And actually trying to do things and seeing things that you see in people and reacting to them. It's sort of like a roast. It was the whole thing where everybody had to do it twice. You had to get up there, look at the rest of the class one by one, you look like this and try to make it funny, And everybody was told, of course, don't take offense. Don't take offense. This is, and what they're doing, and when people, if somebody does say something funny about you, even though when you're in the crowd, that can go right into your own fucking jokes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
One of the first things you want to do, if you know through life, like me, I used to get Mark Wahlberg a lot. I used to get Kenny Loggins a lot, and I used to get Chuck Norris a lot. I've never figured out a good joke for the Wahlberg thing, and I've gotten others. But the main two that I've gotten through the years were Loggins and Norris. So my opening bit, because I know as soon as I step on stage, some people are going to be thinking, the first thing you think of when somebody steps on stage is what starts going through your head, who they look like, who they remind you of, or whatever. And then they start talking, and then you start doing the same thing with their voice. So a good, the better comedians do know more about themselves, a self-awareness. They point out their own shit, So, which helps to keep fucking hecklers away.
Oh, yeah.
People aren't going to heckle you when every 3 or 4 jokes of yours is a shot at yourself.
Right, exactly.
It's like a shield. So and that's why I've always tried to think of that. And I was doing that in radio anyway, but I learned that in radio beforehand, it was one of the many things that I learned in radio to do before even attempting stand-up. So that was easy, and I loved doing that. And sometimes I throw it back at my family. I started to notice a pattern to where I'd take a shot at myself and then blame it on my family.
Yeah.
And then come back, and then, I can do it again 5-6 lines down the road as I keep doing this bit. Anyway, so we had this thing to where you had to roast, the crowd. Anyway, you don't want to do it, but you're just hoping that when you get to that person, they've already gone and they've already acknowledged, or somebody else has already acknowledged what you see. So you have to think of something. No, I'm sorry, I can't do her. I don't know. I think she's already been done. Everybody did it, right? Anyway, there was this one woman who was fucking funny. She was funny, and I think she was about your age. And she was funny and not bad looking, but she did have, in a Seinfeld episode, it would have been, she had a manly look to her. She had a,
Right.
And what was I said something about, you need more, what the hell was the joke that I said? Anyway, and we had talked, and we got along. And this is like 5-6 classes in. And I did something about what's with all the makeup?
Yeah.
And I was shocked that I went like 7th and nobody had said that to her. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's good, I got it, but I don't want, but I have to. It's the point. Fucking, it lit the class up. She never came back.
Oh, yeah.
I felt so fucking bad. But wait, we're all prepared. You're not allowed to get offended. You're not allowed to get offended, but you're also not allowed to be a complete cunt. It has to have a joke to it.
Right, yeah.
It was the simplest thing I could think of. Dude, and she didn't wear much makeup, but yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's like so Herbie roasting you at the beginning of this.
Yeah.
You didn't just hang up.
Dude, I cannot wait to watch that fucking first 8 minutes again. Oh my god. I might have to put a diaper on.
Hey, do Christmas Sister, then I gotta bounce.
Oh yeah, we should, because we've been 4:08 now.
I've been up since 5:30.
I've been up for a while myself, and I've done a lot of stuff today. Shout out to DDW.
I have no idea what time it is.
It's 12:51 on the East Coast.
Is that why it's so quiet upstairs?
Dude, it's been a great. This is a good one. So I'm got a good streak going. I feel like I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to guests.
Well, it doesn't seem like. I mean, it's like 4 hours is a long time if you say 4 hours, but it hasn't felt like 4 hours.
No, if it's a good conversation and it's even, yeah, it goes by quick. Time flies when you're having fun.
Well, let's not get crazy.
But and I'm known for being quick. Boom, boom, I had it twice.
Yeah,
So
like and subscribe.
that's a bachelor party reference. Rick, have you had sex yet? Yeah, I was just really quick. Boom, boom, I had it twice.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a good button to where Herbie was a gift, Christmas gift from your sister.
Yeah.
My favorite, I have a couple of them, but the top one, this is the best Christmas memory with my sister, who was 7 years younger than me. I think it was Christmas of '88. I think it was. It was really cool. My parents, my stepfather and my mother, because of the turmoil that me, my sister, and stepbrother had to go through with the move from this house to the other house and all the construction and all this shit that we had to put up with. And we did we were helpers. We didn't complain we complained at first, but then we got into it and it was cool because had so much land and we had a horse and there was shit to do. There was cool shit to do. And because, we fell into it good, they took care of us this one Christmas. It was a really good Christmas to where my stepbrother and I got a 3-wheeler.
Oh, yeah.
We already had a 3-wheeler, a big red, because my stepfather, he had it for work. So we shared it, and we didn't get to do too much with it because it was mainly for work. So we couldn't fuck around too much. So they got us one to share. And then sometimes we could have both, Cool gift. And it was a surprise. Before they surprised us with that, we were already in on a surprise for my sister, who was getting a pony.
Oh, yeah.
Because we already, at this point, actually, we had 2 horses now. One of the horses, is that right? Horses? One of them came with the house. Handsome, the male, who was a dick. And then we got this older female named Ginger, who was the complete opposite of handsome. And one of the benefits of not only a well-trained, mature horse being just so great, you would have felt safe leaving Ginger with a fucking newborn baby and not injuring it.
Right. Yeah.
Taking care of it, and literally taking care of it. Ginger was that gold, just the opposite of handsome. So the benefit, not only was that cool having her so great, all of a sudden handsome was no longer a dick.
Oh.
She made him into he was cooler. He was much more mature, cool, not a cunt. And my stepfather did a lot to, try to get him to not be, because he was never trained. It wasn't all his fault,
Yeah.
Anyway, so as a gift, my sister she's getting a pony, but she doesn't know. It's going to be a surprise on Christmas Day after she gets all her other presents. But the pony shows up like 3-4 days beforehand. And we got to keep him, and we got to keep her away. One of my stepbrother and I's jobs was to keep her away from the barn for those days and feed and not only take care of the other 2, but take care of this one. Cinnamon was the name. Little brown and white with brown spots. Cunt. Little cunt.
Really?
Yeah. Tossed her. That's the other memory. Tossed her off.
Fuck.
And I had it on. I was filming. He went bolting, and then luckily there was fucking 3 feet of snow, and my sister just went, because he just stopped. He just stopped, and she just went flying. Never sent it into America's Funniest Home Videos, but it would have won.
Yeah.
It would have made the show if we had ever sent it in. I never did. But you can hear me laughing as soon as and I just laughing my ass off. And I was stoned too. I had just got home it wasn't Christmas, it was New Year's Day. And my stepbrother and I went to a party and we stayed. And we got dropped off so we wouldn't drive. We ended up not really drinking, but we smoked so much fucking weed, we slept in a car outside of the house. Anyway, and that morning we came home. I hadn't barely slept. Film this. We're going out with the horses. I'm like, okay. They stop at the hill, the 2 big ones, and Handsome and Ginger, and then all of a sudden Cinnamon just goes pew, down the hill, across the field with my sister, and then all of a sudden just stops, and she goes, woo!
Yeah.
Face first. She was 8 years old.
Oh, man.
Anyway, before that, that might have been like a week later, right? So this story's, I don't know if it was the next year or whatever, but the year when we got some, I don't know if we had that. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So first, we've got that to where my stepbrother and I are to help keep her away from, keep that surprise. In the meantime, we don't know we're getting that 3-wheeler. So first we go through the stuff that's under the tree, yay, whatever. And then my stepfather, I gotta go up to my brother's house. If I forgot something, I gotta go. I'll get it. Anyway, he comes back. There's a 3-wheeler in the truck. Oh, that's for you guys. Oh shit. Then we spend next 15, 20 minutes. Holy fuck! Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Don't get too excited. Hold on. You can ride it later. Now let's get the pony to your sister. Oh, that's right. So we calm down. Like, oh yeah, that's right. She takes all her stuff upstairs to her room, the stuff that she got out of the tree or whatever, right? We go out, grab the fucking pony, bring it into the house, into the kitchen, standing there in the kitchen. So when she comes down the stairs and comes around the corner towards the kitchen, there's a pony.
Holy shit.
So we call her, oh, you forgot one. There's a gift that we didn't see behind the tree. She comes bolting down those fucking stairs, comes around the corner and just goes, whoa. Just as she stops, maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds, the pony's fucking tail goes up, takes a shit right there in the kitchen. And my stepbrother goes, there you go, there's your first one.
Yeah.
Clean it up. We've been doing it for 3 days.
Yep. There's your present.
Shit right in the kitchen.
That's pretty cool. That bringing it in the house.
That was neat. That was where that kitchen was. That was a part of the house. We didn't want to bring it any further because the further part into the house was where it had already been fixed up.
Yeah.
So where it was in that kitchen hadn't been done yet, so it wasn't so bad.
No, that's a great memory.
That fucking story is so. I mean, the timing was just
perfect. So do you think
great.
the horse got scared?
No,
with her just coming down, or just it was just time? Yeah,
it was just time. I mean, I've ridden horses many times where you're just riding along and they just stop. Oh, it's time.
Well, I've ridden horses too. It's just that I've never had one in the house before. So
that was the only time that fucker, and it was the only reason was it was a pony, so it would fit,
Well, exactly, yeah.
So that was we never had that fucker back in.
That's cool.
Yeah, that pony was such a twat.
Shit on the floor seems like a good segue to bounce.
Exactly. Hold on. Let me get my clothes ready. You know the clothes. You've seen these. Or you maybe have never got to the end. Who knows?
You assume that I watch all of them to the end.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why people don't.
Who the hell's going to watch to 417? Insomniacs.
Oh, remember I mentioned David Tell earlier, and you just said Insomniacs.
That's right.
That's that fucking T-shirt. It is so crazy.
Bought that off the street vendor in Toronto. In T.O. I lived there for 5 years.
Is that what you call it? T.O.?
T.O., yep.
I'm going to try to remember that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that was so beautiful. That's a long one. Watch Corbett Report. Jimmy Dorshow, Russell Brand, Kim Iverson, Jackson Hinkle, Hinkle. Look for yourself. I'm just a fun babbling lecturer, dabbler. Remember, we're all Neo, AK1. Sorry, ran long. Had to bump comedian Erica Rhodes. Thanks, Gary. Wow. Daddy loves you.
Messing with my peebles.
Thank you, brother.